Hello? Wait, I don't know if this is on.
Let me check. Let me check.
I'm going to check. I think I was on mute that whole time. Okay. All right. So let's see. So let me see if now it's going on. Can you hear me now? Let me see. I don't think they can hear me.
What is it saying?
Wait, now they can. Wait, I don't know if this is on. Okay, now they can hear me. Okay.
Let me check.
I'm going to check. I think I was on. It's not working. It's not working. Wait a minute. Where's that thing?
Just stop.
It's that thing. That's what it is. It's that thing.
What is it?
I don't know. 1 minute. Can you hear me now?
Wait a minute.
Let me see if they can hear me. Hold on.
It's on. Somebody said it's on.
I don't know. No. Let me see. Can you hear me now?
What is it?
No, let me see. Well, tell me. I don't
Now
know.
off.
Wait, Can you see me now? Hear me now? 1 minute. Can you hear me now? Okay, so now you can hear me.
Wait a minute.
Let me see if they can hear me. Hold on.
It's on. Somebody said it's on.
I don't know. No. Let me see. Can you hear me now?
It's right here. Look at that.
Okay. Let me see. Well, tell me. I don't
Now
know.
off.
Okay, very low though. Can
Let
you
me
see
check
me now?
something. Hold on.
Hear me now? 1 minute. Hold on, there's somebody. Can you hear me now? Okay, so
Yeah,
now you
I
can
know
hear
it's
me.
going on and off.
Let me see if they can hear me. Hold on.
It's on. Somebody said it's on.
I don't know. No. Let me see. How about now?
Can you hear me
How
now?
about now, Vink?
Look at that.
Okay. Is it good now?
I don't know.
Okay,
low.
very low though. No, but
Can you
that's
see me
old.
now?
Let me see something
Hear
back
me now?
here.
No, I just changed.
Somebody said it's on.
I don't know. Can you hear me now? How about now? How about now? It's
Look
loud.
at that. It's on the right thing.
I got it loud. Is it
now.
good now?
Right thing.
Now it's loud.
Okay,
very
Now it's good.
low, though?
Okay. No, but
Can you
that's
see me
old.
now?
Let me see something
Hear
back
me now?
here.
Okay.
No,
If you're
I
tuning in
just
for the
changed-
first time, I'm sorry about this, but it was just a little audio issue. Okay, so I was going to say, I got the documents. I think we might have seen a little bit of it, because remember when we got a taste of like what happened and what was said when they came out with the roommate stuff with the bushy eyebrows. So there may be a few of those that are in there, but for the most part, I don't think anybody's seen this stuff before right now, other than law enforcement and stuff. But anyway, we're going to go through it document by document. And like I said, I waited for you guys. I know some of you didn't wait for me. That's okay. But because nobody does it like us over here anyway. So even if you saw it somewhere else, you're not going to see it like this. So anyway, let's get going with this. I'm going to open the file here. Let's see. So the first thing is the genital. Oh my gosh. Sorry. General narrative. Spillman redacted. Now let me see what this. Let me pop this here. Okay. Now this should open up in here. And I will pull this over here. And I will make this larger for you so you can see it. You can read along with me, and there'll even be a little bing for you to turn the page. No, you don't have to turn the page. Remember those books and records? Turn the record over. Okay, this is the law incident table. So this was subpoenas for all these people: Brett Payne, Corbin Smith, Danny Vargas, Destin Blaker, Eric Warner, Jordan Welsh, Andrew Fox, Aaron Morris, Jacob Tesdall. That has someone redacted, Shane Gunderson. I don't know why they only redacted a couple of people here. I don't know why. Jonathan Rasinski, Roger Lanier, Mitch Nunes, Nate Rosendahl.
Okay.
What?
Nothing.
What?
I'm not gonna read all the names in it. You're not gonna read all
Ryan,
the names.
Ryan Snyder, Corporal Payne, Detective Mowry, Captain Blaker, Lawrence Mowry, Brett Payne, Shane Gunderson, Jacob Tesdall, Nate Rosendahl, Aaron Morris, Justin Dean, Ryan Snyder, Eric Warner, Jason Howes, Mitch Nunes, James Fry, Dustin Blaker, Corbin Smith. And then it has threatening, burglary, accident, welfare check, Kohberger, Bryan Christopher, Fender. Then it has a bunch of redacted. It has the victims here: Xana Kernoodle, Ethan Chapin, Kaylee Gonsalves. And then it has charged with burglary, murder. Talks about the Hyundai Elantra, Honda Civic, a Chevy Cruze, tire repair kit, unconsciousness. So this is all their index, I guess, here, right? Dark jackets, dark shirts, Glock, Hyundai Elantra, floor mat. So pillow swabs, pieces of notes, hair, tissue, DNA swabs, nail clip swabs, backpack, beer cans, fire sticks, comforter, buckle swabs, stain swabs, DNA, blood card. Okay. We got more names there. More names here. $11.13. Okay, then we have the general narrative outline of homicide. Kaylee Gonsalves, Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernoodle, and Madison Mogan were found deceased inside 1122 King Road. Total property value, damage stolen, not applicable. Watch guard event, yes. Additionally, responding officers: Snyder, Warner, Nunes, Smith, Morris, Rasinski. Okay, and then it says, here's the narrative. On 11/13/2022, at approximately 11:56 hours, MPB, the Moscow Police Department, officers responded to an unconscious call. And it said the RP, later identified reporting person as blah, 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 reported her roommate was passed out, not conscious and not breathing. As I was preparing to leave the station, Officer Nunes, who was already on scene, advised of a likely homicide and asked for additional units. While I was en route, Officer Nunes advised he had located 2 additional victims. The victims were later identified as Kaylee Gonsalves, Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernoodle, and Madison Mogan. Moscow EMS was asked to stage and not to respond to the scene unless requested. Upon arrival, I saw... See, this part I think we got somehow before, because I remember this part. Crouching near the entrance to 1122. That redacted person was in obvious emotional distress. I entered through the first floor door, which faces north towards the parking lot. I announced myself as a Moscow police officer and heard Officer Nunes and Warner respond from upstairs. And when I got to the second floor, I saw a female covered in blood in the bedroom on the northwest bedroom. Xana was laying, and it was obvious as intense struggle had occurred. Xana was obviously deceased. There was blood smeared on various items in the room and all over the floor. There was blood cast off on the walls in various places, including above Xana's body. Xana was on her back on the floor in the center of the room, with her head towards the west. Xana was in her underwear and a long-sleeve gray shirt. Both her shirt and underwear were covered in blood. Xana's face and body was covered in dried blood. I could see what appeared to be defensive knife wounds on Xana's hands. There was a deep gash on Xana's left hand between her pointer finger and her thumb. A partially covered male was on the bed, and also obviously deceased. I believe this male to be Ethan. The midsection of Ethan's body was covered with a blanket. Ethan's head wasn't visible and appeared to be between the bed and the south wall. There was some blood cast off and what appeared to be arterial blood spray above where Ethan's head was located. I proceeded upstairs to the third floor where I met Officer Nunes and Warner. Officer Nunes and Warner advised the residence was clear of any additional people. There was a dog belonging to Kaylee in the third floor west bedroom, which had access to the third floor deck. The deck has no exterior access to the ground level. I asked Corporal Snyder to cordon off the area and Officer Nunes to start identifying the subjects that were on scene when we arrived. I asked Officer Warner to start a crime scene log at the front entrance. Once Officer Smith arrived on scene, I asked him to stand guard at the kitchen sliding door, which I later learned was ajar upon our arrival. On the third floor, I went to the southeast bedroom where Officer Nunes and Warner advised they found two females, whom I believed to be Kaylee and Madison. Both females were obviously deceased. I observed Kaylee lying on the north side of the bed and Madison lying on the south side of the bed with their heads towards the east. Kaylee and Madison were covered by a pink blanket which was covered in blood. There was a large pool of blood near Kaylee's midsection. There was blood cast off on the east and north walls above Kaylee and Madison. Madison appeared to be laying up against Kaylee. Madison had what appeared to be wounds to her forearms and hands. Madison had a gash under her right eye, which appeared to go from the corner of her eye to her nose. Kaylee was unrecognizable as her facial structure was extremely damaged. Wow. She was unrecognizable, Kaylee. So when they were talking about that there was a depression that, remember that they were saying that she gagged her or something? She was unrecognizable. Wow. I asked Officer Nunes to close the door to the bedroom so the dog did not try to disturb the scene. Other than that action, Moscow Police Department officers left the scene as it was found. I was later confirmed with Officer Nunes that no EMS personnel entered prior to my arrival. I contacted Captain Barrett and advised him of the situation. Captain Barrett said he would activate detectives and get more resources en route. Once Detective Sergeant Lawrence arrived on scene, he requested one of the responding patrol officers began writing a search warrant, which was assigned to Officer Nunes. Corporal Snyder was assigned to take initial photos of the scene while Officer Smith and Warner remained as security at both entrances. I collected the dog from the third floor and took it outside. LCSO Department Olson transported the dog to the Humane Society on my behalf. Officer Nunes was interviewing a large group of individuals which were associated with the residents. Officer Nunes asked that I finish getting contact information for the individuals. I contacted and later added the following names to this call. 1122 King Road resident, and then all that. Once these individuals' names were collected, they responded to the Moscow Police Department to be interviewed by the detectives. I assisted with a canvass of the area and was assigned the southernmost apartments at redacted Queen Road. I contacted the residents following apartments whom claimed they didn't hear anything, and I attempted to contact at the following apartments with no response. Redacted and redacted. There is no apartment, redacted or redacted. I remained associated with the call and assisted with scene security until approximately 1800 hours. Other information, photos attached, follow-up needed, underdeveloped leads, refer to Detective Sergeant Blaker and Corporal Payne. Case status, active, referred to specialty, yes, detectives, I certify, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so that was November 15th. All right, now let me go to the next supplemental. Let's see what we have in here. Okay, so this right here, we'll make it a little bigger for you guys following at home. Another incident number, narrative, initial response, a watch guard event, yes, okay. Okay, now this is not Corbin Smith's report. So on 11/13/2022, at about 1200 hours, I responded to 1122 King Road in reference to possible homicide victims. Officer Nunes had arrived on scene and found a total of 4 deceased individuals. Officer Nunes informed other units he believed this to be a homicide. When I arrived, I entered the residence and I went to the second floor. I observed a female wearing a sweatshirt and underwear, laying in the middle of the bedroom, floor covered in blood. I observed deep lacerations, indicative of defensive wounds on the female's hands. This is Xana. The female was surrounded by blood on the floor. I observed a male, that's Ethan, laying on the bed. The male appeared to have suffered from stab wounds and a laceration to the neck. The male was covered in blood, and the bedding around him was soaked in blood. In a third-floor bedroom, I observed 2 females, that's Kaylee and Madison, laying on the bed, which appeared to have been stabbed to death. The female, laying on the left half of the bed, as I looked at it from the doorway, was unrecognizable, that's Kaylee. Her face was completely disfigured and was stabbed several times. I was unable to comprehend exactly what I was looking at while trying to discern the nature of the injuries. The second female, on the right half of the bed, had multiple stab wounds. The comforter was soaked in blood, and a pool of blood was still present. I was assigned to hold security at the rear slider door. This was the alleged point of entry of the suspect. I observed very large footprints in the snow. I used a tape measure, and the shoe size measured approximately 13.5 to 14 inches. The footsteps went to and from the rear slider door. I observed the trail of the footsteps head away from the slider, then turn right around a stump. In the backyard and lead towards the front of the house, I observed a set of small handprints on the window to the east of the slider. The screen to this window appeared damaged and was laying on the ground. I located smudged fingerprints on the glass slider door. There was a discarded black backpack in the backyard. I photographed these items and I attached them to the case. I maintained rear security until I was relieved by Officer Warner. The only person to enter from this point was Captain Lanier at about 15:27 hours. Okay, then there's nothing else noted by this officer. Okay, so let me go to the next one now. Okay, this is Eric Warner. Here's his narrative. On 11/13/2022, at approximately 11:58 hours, I responded to a report of an unconscious person at 1122 King Road. So I think we got one of these, and it was very redacted early on, remember? Dispatch advised a female was passed out from intoxication and not waking up. Dispatch advised there was a male seen in the room with the female last night. A short time later, dispatch advised the female was not conscious and not breathing. As I arrived, Officer Nunes advised over the air it appeared to be a homicide. I saw a small group of females outside the home in the parking lot. One female advised their roommate was on the second floor and needed help. I went to Officer Nunes' location at the west bedroom on the second floor and passed a male in the living room, later identified as redacted. Officer Nunes advised the female and a male in the bedroom had blood on them and appeared to be beyond help. I walked out of the bedroom towards redacted and saw a clean steak knife on a beer pong table. I pointed out the knife to Nunes. Redacted said he got the steak knife from the kitchen because he arrived and saw the female on the bedroom floor covered in blood and did not know if there was anyone else present in the room. Redacted said he checked the room with the knife for protection. Officer Nunes and I walked to the first floor entrance with redacted. I asked the females and redacted if there was anyone else in the apartment, and they did not know. I told Officer Nunes the home was not secure, and we started the process of clearing it. On the third floor in the southeast bedroom, I saw two clothed females laying on a bed on their backs, who appeared deceased. One female on the left side of the bed in relation to the bedroom door had an extreme amount of lacerations to her face and upper body, which made her unrecognizable. The other female had multiple lacerations on her upper body and some blood on her face. I walked to the far side of the bed to determine if the female on the right was beyond help. I saw the female's leg was off the edge of the bed and it had lividity. Once I noticed the lividity in the female's leg, I backed out of the room. Officer Nunes and I checked the rest of the third floor and saw it was clear. There was a poodle in the west bedroom on the bed, which was later taken to the Humane Society by LCSO. After clearing the home, I briefly interviewed Redacted. Redacted said he was at his apartment and his girlfriend, Redacted, received a call from one of the girls who lived at 1122 King Road. Redacted said his girlfriend was called by one of the residents who said she could not wake the female on the floor. Redacted said he came over to the home at approximately 11:55 hours. Redacted said he saw the female on the floor in the bedroom and did not see the male on the bed, who he identified as Ethan, before grabbing the knife. Redacted name of the male said he entered the bedroom and checked the female's pulse and found none. He said he did not check Ethan and left the home. I thanked him for talking with me and told him that he could go stand with his girlfriend, who was with the other residents in front of the home. I stood at the front door and started the crime scene log at 12:15 hours. Sergeant Gunderson relieved me for approximately 3 minutes so I could get my gloves during my time at the front door. At approximately 15:02 hours, I was relieved by Officer Rosinski, who took possession of the crime scene log and returned to the station. At approximately 15:28 hours, I came back to the scene and I relieved Officer Smith, who was standing at the rear sliding glass door, which was found open when officers arrived. I remained at the back door until I was relieved by Officer Nunes at approximately 16:28 hours. I certified... Okay, so that's Warner. Now let's see who we got next. So then we have next. This would be Officer Nunes. On 11/13/2022, at approximately 11:56 hours, I responded to an unconscious subject at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho. Upon my arrival, I found a large gathering of people in the parking lot immediately north of the 1122 King Road residence. 1122 King Road is a white 3-story single-family residence with multiple bedrooms. The 1122 designation is located directly above the front door, facing north. I was directed to a bedroom on the second floor in the northwest corner to locate the unresponsive female. Upon entering the room, I observed the female laying supine on the floor next to a bed. According to someone, this female was likely Kaylee J. Gonsalves, but that's not true. This is Xana. Also lived at 1122 King Road. I observed dry blood surrounding Kaylee's body, but this is Xana, and signs of cutting trauma to her face. Kaylee was covered in so much blood I wasn't able to immediately discern where any additional injuries would likely have been. Kaylee was apparently deceased due to her pale skin color, rigid body tone, and apparent blood loss. On the bed in the same room, I observed Kaylee. This doesn't even make sense. Look at this. He says Kaylee here, then on the bed in the same room, I observed Kaylee. Oh, I see what he's saying. On the bed that I observed Kaylee in, I observed a male lying supine in the bed. But this is Xana. This is Xana that he described. According to Redacted, the male was likely Ethan Chapin. Ethan was commonly at the residence. I observed blood covering portions of Ethan's legs, surrounding his body into the bed sheets, and drops of blood on the wall near Ethan's head. As I backed out of this room, someone showed him a kitchen knife and said he had it in his possession. I told him to leave the knife and go back downstairs to the front entrance. Officer Warner and I moved to visually clear the residence for any suspects or additional victims. On the third floor, Officer Warner and I found 2 additional apparently deceased females, both lying supine in the bed. This bedroom was on the southwest corner of the third floor. According to the other roommate, these 2 females were likely Xana and Madison, but that's wrong. This is Kaylee and Madison. One female showed an apparent traumatic injury to her face due to the basic facial structure being unrecognizable. Both females showed very pale skin. Both females were covered in dry blood and apparently deceased. After the residence was deemed safe, Officer Warner and I exited the residence to secure it and the immediate area, to include the parking lot immediately to the north of the residence. I walked outside and began interviewing people out there. Told me at approximately 400 hours that she heard a voice scream and believed it to be Kaylee's. She said she heard Kaylee scream and announced there was someone inside the residence. She said she could hear Kaylee run from the third floor down the stairs to the second floor into the northwest bedroom. She said she locked herself in her bedroom and continued to hear a commotion. She said she eventually stopped hearing a struggle and heard a male say, we got this part a long time ago. It was heavily redacted. We didn't hear anything about the unrecognizable and all that stuff. You're going to be fine. I'm going to help you. She said she did not recognize the male's voice. She said after a few minutes she peeked out of her bedroom and observed a male described as approximately 6 foot tall, slim build with black ski mask leave the second floor patio area. This patio door was likely left open as it was found open upon my arrival. I interviewed an additional roommate who told me she was at the residence during the commotion. She said she was on the second floor in the living room watching Vampire Diaries with Redacted and an unidentified person named something. She said at approximately 200 hours, Madison and Kaylee came home from a night out at the Corner Club bar located at blah 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 in Moscow, Idaho. The roommate said she also believed Madison and Kaylee went to the Grub Wandering Kitchen truck that was commonly located in 300 block of South Main Street. She said she and Madison let Madison's dog out, Murphy, sometime between, I thought that's Kaylee's dog, 2 and 2:30 hours. She said during this time she observed no suspicious activity. She said she returned inside while Madison was still outside with Murphy. I'm sure she means Kaylee. She said she went to bed around 2:30. Madison came into her bedroom sometimes after 2:30 to ask if she knew where Murphy was. She said she told Madison no, and Madison left, and she woke up in her bedroom, which was located on the first floor, to a sound she described as a firecracker and a flash. She said she initially thought the sound was a prank. According to her phone log she showed me, she called Xana at 4:21 hours, Ethan at 4:22, Madison at 4:22, Madison again at 4:30, and then Kaylee at 4:31. She said she never received an answer on each phone call. She said she went back to sleep and woke up at about 11:56 hours when 911 was called. Initially, I was told Kaylee was likely located on the second floor bedroom with Ethan. After comparing the initial statement with other investigative officers, it appeared to actually be Xana who was located on the fourth floor of that bedroom, and Kaylee was one of the other females located on the third floor room. I also observed that following vehicles in the gravel parking lot that was immediately north of the 1122 building, a silver 2015 Land Rover with Washington license plate registered to blah blah, redacted, okay, and then these are all redacted. I was originally assigned to identify all the people in the area. However, I was reassigned by Sergeant Gunderson to begin the search warrant application. I provided the above information in the search warrant application. In approximately 16:28 hours, I returned to 1122 to assist with securing the southwest patio entrance. I took responsibility from Officer Warner in documenting who entered and exited the residence. I provided this documentation on a notepad and maintained the log until I was relieved by Officer Morris at approximately 17:50 hours. The following information is the rear patio entry log from 15:17 hours until 21:15 hours. Okay, let's get this now. Officer Smith, recording entry. So this is the officers entering, and let's go to the next one. Okay, this is Ryan Snyder. All right. And I just forgot to do something. Let me just do really quick. Just do something really quick. I just got to put a link in. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. I just got to put a link in this case discussion. Okay, so this is Ryan Snyder, and it's going to be his narrative. I'm going to give you in 1 second. I just want to get to this. Okay, there, I'm done. Okay. So this is initial response on 11/13/2022 at about 1200 hours. I responded to 1122 King Road for a report of an unresponsive subject. But that wasn't the case, right? I just want to make sure I've got you guys here. I'm so sorry. Okay, sorry, I just had to get my screen right again. Okay. Upon my arrival, I noticed there were several college-age subjects out front of the address. I was directed to use police caution tape to cordon off the crime scene. As I was working around the residence, I noticed the back door was open and there were footprints in the snow coming from the back door on the back porch. Officer Smith took photos of these prints with a measuring tape. He watched the backyard to make sure no one else came into the area. I noticed there were a few footprints that leapt towards the west of the backyard. This portion of the backyard is connected to two other residences, 1118 and 1126 King Road. Both directly to the west, the footprints appear to lead west towards King Road between the residences, but I was unable to see where the footprints went after the yards connected due to the amount of rock landscaping. I also was unable to discern how old these prints were. There had not been a recent snowfall. With Sergeant Gunderson, I entered the residence to continue taking photos of the scene. I entered through the bottom floor main door on the north side. I took photographs of the rooms and the living areas of the residence. The photos were downloaded onto a CD and booked into evidence. The photos were labeled in this report with a brief description of each photo. As I was down the road of the address near the King Road and Queen Road intersection, I was approached by a college-age male who identified himself. He had informed me he had lived at King Road apartment. He stated his blank lived upstairs at 1122, and they share a dog that was there currently. Well, we know that from that's Kaylee that he's talking about. He did not appear to have obvious wounds on his hands. as I would assume the subject possibly would. Officer Nunes was interviewing suspects about the situation. I asked this man if he would wait inside Officer Nunes' police car so we could talk with him. He agreed to. I informed Sergeant Gunderson of the circumstances involving this gentleman here. This gentleman here later responded to the police department to be interviewed, and then he picked up the dog from the Moscow Humane Society shelter. I continued to canvass the area and speak with neighbors, and who stated they did not hear or see anything relevant. I spoke with subjects at another address in King Road. One resident stated she was walking home from the corner club at approximately 300 hours and thought she could hear music or some type of noise. But she couldn't give any clarifying information more than that due to her level of intoxication that night. I spoke with subjects at King Road. The majority of them stated they were out drinking at the corner club and got a ride back to their place at about 1:30 hours and went to sleep about 200 hours. They did not hear anything out of the ordinary. King Road residents stated at about 400 hours he heard a barking dog coming from the east of his residence. He believed it was the dog at 1122 King Road, as he thought that was the only dog in the area. He stated the dog sounded like it was outside and was barking for about 45 minutes until he believed someone must have let it inside at 4:45 when it stopped. He stated he had a female with him in bed at the time who also heard the dog barking at this time. I spoke with the residents at King Road, who informed me they had a camera facing the west of the address that they believed captured a portion of the road. They first provided me with the SIM card out of the camera. However, they could not get it to work, and neither could I. They gave me the username and password to the camera. I informed Detective Mowry of the information, and they gave me permission to access the camera footage and record the necessary surveillance video. I cleared the scene at 17:49 hours. And then those are all the photos that he took. Okay, let's go to the next. This is Dallinger. On November 13th, 2022, at approximately 12:53 hours, I arrived on scene at 1122 King Road. I spoke with Sergeant Gunderson and Sergeant Lawrence, who gave me a brief overview of the information gathered at that time. Sergeant Lawrence informed me that Idaho State Police were going to assist in the investigation and were organizing to respond to the scene. Sergeant Lawrence responded to the police department to begin interviews. I remained on the scene on the perimeter awaiting further information. Approximately 1 hour later, a male approached the scene and began speaking with Sergeant Gunderson. The male was identified. I overheard the male state his daughter lived in the 1122 road, and he had been trying to get in touch with her but was unsuccessful. It was also learned that the daughter was nearby the scene. I asked the man if he could come to the police department to speak with me. He agreed, and I returned to the police department. I contacted Sergeant Lawrence at the police department and asked if he had the names of the victims. Sergeant Lawrence stated he did and gave me the list. I saw one of the victims' names was Xana Kernoodle. I then met with the man and the man in the interview room off of the police department. Once in the room, I activated the audio and video recording equipment. I asked the man and the other person for their information, and they both handed me their Arizona driver's license. After writing down the information, I asked the man what the name of his other daughter was. The man told me that her name was Xana. I then informed him and the other person that Xana was identified as one of the victims. Excuse me. And that she was deceased. Both had become very upset and were crying heavily. I asked them when was the last time they communicated with Xana. They stated she texted with Xana at 11:11:22 at approximately 1700 hours. They said text messages were brief and were not of any substance. They said he texted with Xana on 11/11/22 at around 15:40 hours, and she responded stating she was at work, and then told me he last spoke with Xana on the phone at approximately 21:40 hours when they spoke about going to WSU football game. I asked where Xana worked, and he said at Mad Greek. I asked both if Xana had mentioned anything about having any issues with anyone or anything strange occurring lately. Both said Xana had not said anything. They said Xana had a boyfriend, Ethan Chapin, not Chapman, who she had been dating for about 6 months or so. Said everything seemed fine with their relationship, and added how he had met Ethan's parents in passing this weekend. It should be noted they were in town visiting, as he resides in Avondale, Arizona, and it was Washington State University Parents Weekend. I asked them if there was anyone they wished me to contact for them, or if they wished to speak with anyone, such as a member of the clergy. Both told me no. I gave them both my business card and informed them our detectives would be in contact with them in the near future, and they left the police department. Video and audio recording of the interview is attached to the case. Okay. Aaron Morris. Okay, this officer arrived at 1300 hours and was advised by Captain Barrett to respond to work due to a homicide investigation. I was told to remain available for calls for service. At approximately 1630 hours, I relieved Officer Rasinski on the north side of 1122 King Road. I was stationed for scene security, and I helped keep a log of who entered and exited the crime scene. Officer Smith entered at 1700 hours and exited at 1725 hours. ISP Talbot entered at 1700 hours and left at 1740 hours. Corporal Payne entered at 1700 hours and exited at 1723 hours. P.A. Jennings entered at 1703 hours and exited at 1723. ISP Jake entered at 1725, left at 1738. Gideon 1725, 1739 exit, and Sergeant Blaker entered at 1720, exited at 1740. Corporal Payne entered at 1728, exited at 1738 hours. Officer Sturck relieved me from the north side of the residence as I went to the south side to relieve Officer Nunes at about 1800 hours. I stood at the rear of the residence for scene security. I assisted Sergeant Blaker in putting up evidence tape on the sliding glass doors on the south side of the residence. The tape was to ensure no persons tried to access the scene overnight. I returned to the north side of the residence for the remainder of the night. Once ISP and investigators made their final walk through the residence was secured at 2344. Officer Rosendahl relieved me, and I cleared NFI. Okay, let's go to the next one. Is John Lawrence. On 11/13/2022, approximately 1200 hours, Captain Barrett called me and informed me there had been multiple victims of a homicide located in a residence on King Road and requested all available detectives. I called Detective Vargas and was informed she was out of town and would be back in Moscow on Monday morning. I called Detective Mallory, and he informed me he would be on his way shortly. I called ISP, Lieutenant Mike Mooney, and told him I needed assistance from ISP detectives in processing the crime scene. Lieutenant Mooney put me in contact with Sergeant Gilbertson. I briefed Sergeant Gilbertson on what I knew, and he told me he would start to assemble his team. I responded to the scene where I met with Sergeant Gunderson. Sergeant Gunderson informed me that officers were dispatched to an unconscious person at 1122 King Road. And that is when they found 4 deceased college-age people in the residence. I told Sergeant Gunderson I needed someone from his team to return to the police department to start writing an affidavit for a search warrant. Sergeant Gunderson asked Officer Nunes to handle that task. I then did a very brief walkthrough of the residence. I entered the residence from the entrance on the north side of the building. Officer Warner, who was securing the scene, logged my entrance into the residence. I then went up to the stairs and located a deceased female on the floor and a male in the bed in the west bedroom on the second floor. I climbed the stairs to the third floor and located two deceased females in the southeast bedroom. They were both in the bed. I spoke with Officer Smith, who was securing the residence, at the south entrance for a moment. Then I exited the residence through the north entrance. Officer Warner noted my departure. I called Sergeant Gilbertson and informed him of the additional information provided to me and what I had seen. I told him Moscow Police Department would be needing their assistance, and I also told Sergeant Gilbertson MPD had an officer writing an affidavit for a search warrant. I returned to the police department where I met with Sergeant Blaker and Corporal Payne, whom I had called earlier, and requested they respond to the PD. At this time, Detective Mowry was at the police department. I requested they interview the other occupants of the residence where the deceased were located. There were also several friends of the deceased that had been with the deceased the night before and may have had information about their whereabouts and where they were prior to the murders. These interviews started at about 13:48 hours. Those to be interviewed arrived at the PD about 13:30 hours. I put them in the training room and provided them with drinks and snacks. Captain Lanier arrived and asked me how he could help. I requested he find officers that were not already tasked and complete a canvass of the neighborhood. Captain Lanier took care of the neighborhood canvassing. At about 14:23 hours, redacted Zana arrived at the police department. He was informed of Zana's death by Captain Dallinger. Captain Barrett informed me Ethan Chapin's family had been notified of Ethan's death. Captain Barrett asked me to take care of the death notifications for Maddie Mogan and Kaylee Gonsalves. Captain Barrett provided me with the information the university had on file for Mogan and Gonsalves. There was no emergency contact information for either, so I called the Kootenai County Dispatch due to Mogan and Gonsalves' home address being in Kootenai County. I provided the KCSO dispatcher of the address listed with the university for Madison Mogan and Kaylee Gonsalves. They told me she had the names listed as residents at the address provided for Kaylee Gonsalves. I requested a death notification for them. I was contacted by Deputy Mitch Jan from KCSO. He asked what he could tell the parents, and I informed him we knew very little at this time. A short time later, Deputy Jan called me and told me that when he arrived to give the notification, the parents were already aware. I also provided Madison Mogan's address, and they were not able to locate anyone with the name Mogan at that address. She said she would send a Coeur d'Alene police officer by the residence to make contact. A short while later, Officer Matt Siccia request I call him. When I made the contact with Siccia, he told me of Madison Mogan were driving to Moscow. About 20 minutes after my conversation with Officer Siccia, the redacted arrived at the police department. Captain Barrett gave them the death notification. Captain Barrett requested I interview them. I spoke with, and these it must be the parents of, or the mother and the stepfather of Madison, in the lobby. They told me they had a great relationship with Madison. She got along with everyone. She had a strong relationship with her boyfriend, who lives in Boise, and that she had just gone to Boise to see him that weekend prior. Madison and someone had been dating for about a year and a half, and he is from redacted. I asked if there were any problems with past boyfriends, and there were none to their knowledge. I asked if Madison had mentioned any stalking behavior from anyone or anything that made her uncomfortable, and they said she never spoke of anything. The rest of my shift was spent allocating resources where they were needed. Okay, back to the next thing. This is John Rosinski. Okay, on 11/13/2022, I received a phone call advising me there was a quadruple homicide at 1122 King Road. I arrived, put on my police-issued uniform, and relieved Officer Warner at the above address, who was currently holding scene security and maintaining a log of who came in and out of the apartment at the front door, which is on the north side of the apartment. I was on scene for about 2 hours until I was relieved by Officer Morris, who took over my duties. The following day, on 11/14/2022, I learned that a sheath was found inside the apartment. The sheath was tan in color and had a Marine Corps Eagle globe and anchor symbol on the sheath. The words USMC were located under the EGA, and K-bar was above the EGA. I was tasked to follow up with businesses in town to see if that particular knife was sold there. I followed up with Tri-State Outfitters, Big Five Sporting Goods, Moscow Building Supplies, Spence Hardware, and Walmart. Each of these stores does not sell a K-bar brand knife. While at Walmart, I was speaking with a staff member who was showing me the knives on display, and she told me about 2 to 3 weeks ago, a white college-age male asked for a black ski mask that would cover his face. She was unable to provide much detail, other than he was taller than she was and maybe had tan skin complexion. She said she advised the male they didn't have any black ski masks and only camo. She said the male then walked away. On 11/14/2022 at approximately 11:45 hours, I spoke with someone at Memorial Gym substation. Redacted is currently the redacted for the fraternity. I asked if he could walk me through what he did on the night of 11/12/2022 and the early morning of 11/13/2022. He said at approximately 18:30 on 11/12 he was at a party. He said the party was at the Tree House, which is an off-site campus house for the sorority. He did not know the specific address, but he said the house is near the White's apartments. He said at the party he saw who was with somebody's boyfriend, unknown name, was the only member of that he recognized at the party. He said he left around 2200 or 2300 hours. Said he went back, watched a movie with someone. Okay, said he went to the corner club 149 hours on 11/13 to pick up people, and said they were alone and not with anyone, and said he dropped the 3 above individuals off at their apartment off of King Road, and said after he dropped them off he went back home. Okay. Aaron Morris. At 11:14, at approximately 11 o'clock, I responded to 1122 in regards to follow-up. I took note of who came and went from the scene. ISP detectives as well as Sergeant Blaker, Detective Vargas, prosecuting attorneys entered the residence. Someone redacted arrived shortly after with her cadaver dogs to attempt to locate a blood trail from the residence. ISP entered the residence at 11:25 hours. Detective Vargas entered at 11:26 and left at 12:26 hours. Sergeant Blaker arrived at 11:27 and exited at 11:49. Prosecuting attorney Ashley Jennings and William Thompson entered at 11:30 hours and left at 11:53. PA Jennings re-entered at 1200 hours. Sergeant Blaker re-entered at 1200 hours with Detective Vargas. Redacted arrived with her canine at 13:16. They all remained in the area until 14:21 hours. Everyone cleared the scene and the residence was secured at 14:21 hours. I stood by the scene for security until relieved. I cleared the residence at 1600 hours when Officer Rosinski relieved me. Okay. This is Jacob Tesdal. On November 12th, at approximately 2100 hours, I became an overtime shift for a plainclothes detail on University of Idaho campus and related areas. This patrol was for minors in possession or consumption of alcohol, along with other alcohol drug offenses. During this patrol, I and the other officer with me, Officer Rosendahl, only had our body-worn cameras. We were operating out of the Moscow Police Department Ford Fusion, which I drove throughout the entire detail. This particular department vehicle did not have a dash cam or any other recording device. My street time conducting the plainclothes detail concluded at 3:52 hours on November 13th. During the detail, Officer Rosendahl and I made several patrols through the area of King Street and Queen Road. During each patrol of the area, we traveled on the north side of 500 Queen Road, heading east. We wrapped around the building, heading south on the east side. Then we went on the south side of the complex. We then traveled north on the west side, turned west to Queen Road, and proceeded to King Street. During one of the patrols in the area, while approaching the southwest corner of 500 Queen Road, I recall seeing a darker colored vehicle with taillights on. This vehicle was parked facing south. On the south side of the parking lot towards the west end, there was a short section of the parking lot which extended to the west of 500 Queen Road, south of 1122 King Street, which was where the vehicle was. Each time we patrolled this area, I drove the same route. During the final patrol, which to the best of my recollection was between 200 to 300 hours on November 13th, as we traveled north on the west side of the apartment complex, I saw several individuals approaching the residence at 1122 King Street. During this detail, I was looking for alcoholic beverages, open alcoholic containers, and individuals who appeared to be intoxicated. I observed the individuals as I drove past, but I didn't see any reason to contact them for our related patrol. I recall my view of the individuals being obstructed by vehicles and brush on the east side of the parking lot for 1122 King Street. The individuals were walking close to a vehicle which was parked in the northeast corner of the lot. As I turned onto the Queen Road and traveled west, I continued to view the individuals. From my recollection, they were at least two individuals, possibly three, I recall. One of the individuals having blonde hair. I do not recall exactly how many individuals there were, what they were wearing, or any other details. I quickly looked for beverages in their hands and whether they were staggering from intoxication. Since we made several patrols through the area, I cannot say with 100% confidence I saw the vehicle on the same pass as I saw the individuals. Upon review of my radio history, I contacted these individuals at Taylor Avenue about 2:55 hours. To the best of my recollection, this was after exiting King Street. After seeing the individuals at 1122 King Street, we cleared this contact at 3:32 hours. David Hathaway. On 11/14/2022, at about 22:42 hours, dispatch advised they were forwarding a call to my cell phone. My phone briefly started ringing, but then it suddenly stopped. For some reason, the call was forwarded to voicemail before I could answer. When the voicemail came through to my phone, I learned it was from, the voicemail said, "Hey, how's it going? My name is redacted, my phone number is redacted, and I just want to make a statement to you guys because I was close friends with Maddie Mogan. I was with her at the corner club most of the night, and then after we left, we wanted to go to John's Alley, and we went to stop at Grub Truck. They got Grub Truck, then a car picked them up, and they left and went home. I just want to make a statement about, I don't know if anything is helpful, but I was just with them, for a little bit. So if I can be of any help, I would like to. Give me a call. Thank you." Shortly after I got the voicemail, someone called dispatch again and was successfully transferred to my phone. At about 22:46 hours, I talked to the person on the phone. They essentially said the same thing he said in the voicemail. He left. He said he was out with Maddie at the corner club until 2:30. And said several times he did not know who the other girl was that was with them that night. He described the girls getting into a silver sedan after they got food at the grub truck. I confirmed the person's name, date of birth, address, and phone number. I also confirmed that the person drove to his parents' house in Boise. I asked how long he planned to be at his parents' house. And he said he was skipping the next week of classes and would remain in Boise until after Thanksgiving break. He said he was willing to talk to a detective about his involvement with this case. He said he does not have a roommate at his Queen Road apartment and that he lives alone. I recorded our conversation with my dash camera and BWC. The videos were uploaded. I attached the audio file of the voicemail left to me through Spillman. Other. Okay. Next. Gunderson. On 11/14, I responded to the area of King and Queen Road. I photographed and looked in the 3 dumpsters in the area. All 3 dumpsters were located on the street. I saw nothing of evidentiary value in the dumpsters. I photographed them and cleared the area. Some blood was located on the 2nd floor at Taylor Avenue. Taylor Avenue is commonly referred to as the Whites and is known party location. The blood was isolated to one area with no trail to either area. I photographed the blood and notified on-scene investigators. Officer House and I walked various areas around the crime scene looking for evidence. Officer House and I found nothing of evidentiary value. Photos attached. On November 15th at 9:30 hours, myself and Detective Mowry, this is linear, responded to the Corner Club to contact the owner. This was a prearranged meeting to view video from the evening of November 12th to the early morning hours of November 13th. The purpose was to confirm that Madison Mogen and Kaylee Gonsalves were at the Corner Club, as had been reported, and to try and identify individuals seen on the grub truck video later in the morning, specifically a male who appeared to be accompanying them. Upon arrival, someone already had the video up on the screen and cued to the proper time frame. Detective Mowry began scrolling through the video, which consisted of multiple views and multiple scenes that were all in time sync. We determined that Gonsalves and Mogen arrived at the Corner Club at 22:20 hours in a Prius-type vehicle with another unidentified female. The vehicle was determined to be an Uber vehicle, and the driver identified. Gonsalves and Mogen mingle around the bar, but spent most of the time in front along the bar next to the left, and as you face the bar, they make occasional trips to the restroom and speak to several people as they mingle. At 22 hours, Kaylee paid her bar tab using her credit card, which consisted of 9 well vodka and 2 add juice. Provided a copy of the receipt. At approximately 100 hours, Kaylee Gonsalves, in a conversation with the suspect, identified by bar staff, was seen with Gonsalves and Mogen in the grub truck video. Later in the evening, they appeared to be a consensual conversation, and it appeared that they knew each other. At approximately 1:14 hours, Mogen joins in the conversation, and all 3 remain generally in the area of the bar near the wall. Nothing stood out during that time, and both appeared to know the person. At 1:31 hours, the person paid his bar tab with his credit card consisting of 5 can bottle and 2 kamikaze. After paying, he walked to the back of the bar, went into the restroom, came back out, retrieved his coat, and came back to an area near the exit where Gonsalves and Mogen were waiting. He waited in the background while the girls finished conversing with others, and then they all exited the building at 1:37 hours. The parking lot camera shows them walking away together across, then out of the parking lot in the westerly direction, and they were all dressed the same in the grub truck video, with that man wearing a white or a very light colored hoodie with a brown coat over it. While reviewing the video, we also While reviewing the video, we also recognized someone else who was reported to be Gonsalves's ex-boyfriend. We did not track his movements in the video, but he appeared to spend most of his time at the opposite end of the business, seated with several other males. At one point, there appeared to be a brief interaction with Gonsalves that looked cordial and in passing. He left at 1:51 hours with 2 other males. Also noticed in the video was a subject seen in the grub truck video. I recognized him because of the unique sweater and the long hair and beard. He was identified by bar staff. He checked out at 0 hours using a credit card in the name of something showing 2 micro tub. I didn't notice any interaction between Redacted and Gonsalves or Mogan. A third subject who was seen in the grub truck video. Oh, Maureen Gunn. Thank you, Video Reel. Maureen Gunn received a gift membership by Video Reel. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Maureen Gunn. He is a stocky build white male with brown hair and facial hair, wearing a brownish sweater. I did not observe any interaction between him and Gonsalves or Mogan. Because the video file was extremely large, Detective Mowry was unable to copy it to an external storage device. We left the business, and Detective Mowry is working on obtaining a usable copy of the video for a closer review. I've attached the bar receipts provided. Okay, that's now. Okay, this is Vargas now. On November 14th, I went to 1122 King Road with Sergeant Blaker to observe the scene. I walked through the house and around the outside of the residence along with the investigators looking for possible evidence. ISP investigators were on scene walking through for a second time, looking for additional evidence. I walked around the south side of 1122, right up the hill and along the fence line for Walenta. The backyard for Walenta backs up to the backyard for 1122 King Road. I spoke with a person at Walenta and asked for his permission to look through his backyard area, which he said I could. Someone told me he was a person who was previously called dispatch to provide information about what he observed. I called someone after looking over the area and through the residence on King Road. I would come back and get a statement from him. I did not locate anything of interest in the backyard of Walenta or on the hillside behind 1122. I walked into 1122 and looked through the house with other investigators. The following 4 evidence items were collected by ISP J. Talbot inside 1122 and turned over to me. ISP took photos of the items in the places they were collected. I booked the following into MPD evidence. A copy of the evidence property receipts relating to these is attached. Exhibit 57, a rolled $2 bill located on the desk in F2 bedroom 1 northwest. Exhibit 58, blue powder, suspected drugs, located on the desk in F2 bedroom 1 northwest. Exhibit 59, blood sample, west wall, F2 living room. Exhibit 60, blood sample, F3 bedroom 2 northwest wall. I spoke with the following people who live at Walenta. My conversation was recorded and electronically attached to this case file. They told me the following. He woke up a couple of times on Saturday night. He looked at the clock. He saw it was 4:17 hours and said after about 5 minutes of waking up and heard a dog barking outside from the direction of 1122 King Road. What happened here? I heard another thingy. Okay. I don't know. All right. I don't know what that was about. Okay. Now we've got... He said he was going in and out of sleep, and after about an hour, around 500 hours, he still heard the dog barking outside from the direction of 1122 King Road. He said his bedroom is on the far northeast side of Walenta and is closest to the backyard of 1122 King Road. He said there was a motion light outside of the window and said if it turned on, he would have noticed it. He told me he has lived in the residence since January and has not heard the dog barking outside before in the middle of the night. I next spoke with another person who told me on the 13th he woke up around 2:30 hours and left the house around 300 hours and said that he had an extended training day and it lasted about 12 hours, and said he finished his extended training day at about 1800 hours at Buffalo Wild Wings and arrived and did not notice anyone who should have been there was not there. He did not remember hearing anything in particular when he woke up or left around 2:30 or 3, and he did not hear a dog barking. I next spoke with someone else who told me he did not hear a dog barking at any point. He said he had been out at the bars that evening of the 12th, got home around 2:30 hours, said that he sleeps with earplugs in, and said that his sister mentioned that she saw Madison Mogan at some point at the corner club and provided me with his sister's phone number. Okay. Next. And this is Aaron Morris. Okay. Billy Boy Blue, hi. I haven't seen you in a long time, Billy Boy Blue. Where have you been? You certainly haven't been blowing your horn in here. Where's everybody? Just listening? Say hello. Keep it going. Just say hello every now and then so I know you guys are still listening. Okay. This is Aaron Morris. On 11/15, people came to the Moscow Police Department to speak with Officer Rasinski and I regarding an incident related to the homicide that occurred on 11/13. They stated that on 10/21/22, an unidentified white male came into the Women's Center and asked to speak with someone. Someone spoke to the male. She stated he asked for snacks and appeared to be under the influence. She stated the interaction only lasted about 5 minutes. She stated the male said he had a female friend who was in an abusive relationship. The male stated he was afraid the female would be hurt by her boyfriend and was also afraid he would hurt the boyfriend due to the abusive behavior. The person did not gather any names and had never seen the male before. I asked both if they had ever had any contact with any of the victims, and they said they did not, and they did not have any of the contacts documented. On 11/15/2022, at approximately 11:50 hours, someone came into the substation to speak with me. I was told by Corporal Payne. I went to Gritman on 11/13 to seek medical care for cuts on his hands. I asked what happened to his hand. He stated at around 2,000 hours, he cut his hand attempting to cut chicken for his sandwich. He stated he was intoxicated, and when he was trying to cut the meat, his pocket knife slipped and he cut his hand. I asked when he went to the hospital. He read his wristband from the hospital, and he said that he went on 11/13/2022 at 1,400 hours. He told me he lived at the blank house. The laceration was on his right hand. He sent me a photograph of the injury, and I attached it to the case. I asked him if he knew any of the victims. He stated he had seen Ethan 2 times at parties, but he didn't know any of the females. He said the blank sister house was redacted. He said it was a national standard, but he had friends from multiple sororities. He ran through his weekend from Saturday morning. He stated he slept in Saturday morning, 11/12. He woke up at 9:30 hours, and he said he went to the treehouse, which was a blank outhouse located at Taylor Road. He said he spent the whole day there watching the game. He said he left the treehouse at around 19:30 hours, went back to the something Elm Street. He said he was drinking all night, finally went to bed at 11:13, and around 400 hours, he said he was with his friends all night. He provided me the phone number. Officer Rasinski talked to him later at the house. He said he and someone else were walking downstairs at the house when somebody missed his step and fell into the window. He said at the time neither he nor the person saw any blood. He said that someone was cutting chicken and he saw the injury. According to them, he was extremely intoxicated, thought he cut his hand while cutting the chicken, but he believed he cut it on the glass. He said he was willing to sign a consent form for medical records if we needed them. He said he could not remember if he cut his hand on the window or with the knife, and he said his friends told him to go to the hospital to make sure there was not glass in his hand. I went with him to the house. He showed me the window they found broken. I photographed the window and attached it to the case. On 11/16, I responded to something at Main Street a person of interest lived at. Confirmed they lived in the unit alone. They said they did offer free internet service to tenants through something. They said they could not see who used the service. I asked if any of their tenants tried to get out of their leases recently. They said no. They said they started his lease on 7/18/2022. The employee remembered because his father was adamant on getting him the apartment. I responded to somewhere else to see if someone utilized the internet service they provided. The employee gave me a paper with all the tenants from Queen Road that used it. They did not use this service. On 11/16, I was asked to follow up on individuals connected to victims or people of interest. The names provided: Hi, Murder of Crows. Hi, it's Bank. Hold on. I'm just going to open this door. Hold on a minute. I have to open this door. I have to get a little drink because I'm really thirsty. Just getting a drink. Hold on, I'm back. I just had to get a drink. Sorry. Very thirsty. Hold on a moment. Okay. Okay. That's good. Okay. You're welcome, Murder of Crows. I just need a little drink. Little drink. Okay. So they were, let's see. I was asked to follow up with individuals connected to the victims of the people of interest. The names provided. I called the Dean of Students' office for phone numbers. I called the one person first who stated he was at his home in Boise. They stated they lived there together in Meridian. I passed the information to Captain Barrett. I told TLO'd I got a number for someone and called him. He provided his home address in Boise and said he was willing to speak with detectives. I forwarded the information. Okay. And then on 11/16, from the DOS office came to ISUB, stated he had information regarding the homicide. First stated the DOS office had a debrief to check in on everyone. A name was brought up. He said it got him thinking because someone had recently care report put in on him. 11/3/2022, emailed the DOS saying had a few different circumstances in my life that have substantially decreased my mental health. On 11/4/2022, he called and said he seemed distant, distracted, and sad, and also brought up the grub truck video. He said he was guessing, but he believed it was someone following the victims and hovering around them, and also said after finding out what had happened that they were more concerned with his dog. I thanked them for the information. I asked if he was able to provide the care reports they referenced. They said they did not seem usually concerning, but would attempt to gather them. Okay, see, this all stuff goes on behind the scenes when we don't know what's going on, right? Okay, now, this is from John Lawrence. When I arrived at work, I had several emails on 11/15. Voicemails, sorry, on my desk phone. I began reviewing the voicemails. Most of the voicemails were tips on the current homicide investigation. Many of them were tips about the live feed from the grub truck. Throughout the day, I fielded several calls from people with possible information they believed may be of importance to the investigation. I received a call. The person told me she was at the corner club with two of the victims, Madison and Kaylee, the night prior to the murder. She told me there was a college-age male known by Madison. She told me the male was wearing a black and white flannel shirt with a black shirt underneath that had writing in white letters that said antisocial. She told me the college-age male, who had been identified, was acting creepy. She said he was not engaging people in conversation. He was just staring at the girls in the group she was with. She told me he had been grabbing girls by the butt and being handsy. She said she confronted him and told him to stop touching girls inappropriately or she would have him kicked out of the bar. At one point, Madison introduced her and told her she knew him. Then they said she let her guard down a little when it came to them and was later told by Madison that she only knew him through class and a group project in which they had worked on together. They said a short time later he was kicked out of the bar. A short time later I took a call from someone who told me he works at somewhere redacted, said he has a regular customer by the name of redacted who comes in almost every day. Said he makes everyone feel insecure because of the way he acts and the dark things he says. Told me he lives in the area of the homicides. I looked up the name and number in Spillman and it showed an address in Conestoga. It's numerous involvements with MPD over the last 2 decades. Some of them relate to mental health issues. Okay. November 15th. Okay. This is Justin D. At approximately 12:48 hours, I spoke with President about a 1122 residence. I asked if she knew the people who lived at the house. She said yes. She said they were a close group of friends who primarily hung out with themselves. I asked if she ever went to parties at the house, and she said she did a couple of times, but the parties were small. She said the roommates were a pretty tight group who didn't throw big parties. I asked if she knew about any drug use or sales from the house. She said she thought Xana and Ethan may have used cocaine, but nothing big, and no one sold drugs. I asked her if she knew whether there were any larger quantities of drugs kept at the residence, and she said no. And then she told me she was at the corner club on November 13th between the midnight and 200 hours. She said that Madison and Kaylee were also at the corner club during that time. She heard there was a male who was kicked out of the bar because he was acting creeping towards Mogan. I asked if she had any other details about the male or the incident, and they said no. I told to get a hold of me if she had any more information, and she believed it would be helpful. Okay. On November 14th, at approximately 1,000 hours, I responded back to 1122. This is Roger Lanier. To conduct a neighborhood canvass in the daylight. Chief Fry was with me. We started from the rear of the residence and covered the small hill area just behind 112 King Road. Right behind the residence, there was a small black bag that had obviously been out in the weather for some time. There was nothing in it. We had obviously we had searched up the parking lot of Queen Road and then worked southwest along the hillside below the parking lot. We searched the fenced backyard of Walenta Drive and continued west above King Road. From there, I was joined with Sergeant Gunderson, and we went through the south side of King Road around the back, then back west between King Road and King Road. I walked over to Queen Road going north. Then between Queen Road and King Road out to Taylor Road, we crossed the open playfield from Taylor Avenue to Nez Pierce Drive. At the crosswalk near something, we walked the pathway north to World War I Memorial Grove and stopped at that point. I returned to the intersection of Taylor Avenue and King Road where I met with Chief Fry again. From that point, we proceeded east along the south side of Taylor Avenue, looking in the shrubbery and around the cars parked along the curb. At the entrance to the parking lot of Taylor Avenue, I located a black vest laying on the grass next to the fire hydrant. The vest appeared to be weathered with leaves and debris on it. It appeared to have been there for several days. I checked the pockets and examined the vest but did not find anything of note. As we continued to walk east along the south side of Taylor Avenue, and I noticed a large amount of trash and various items on the grass and in the bushes, including various glass and plastic bottles, pipes of various types, and some articles of clothing, such as t-shirts and underwear, men's and women, and various papers and litter, and all appeared to have been in the area for several days or weeks and did not determine any evidentiary value for any items I saw. From there, I went south down Linda Lane, and I walked west between Taylor Avenue and Linda Lane, then north of the easternmost building of Queen Road, and then up to the parking lot on the north side of Queen Road, back to Queen Road where I started. John Rosinski. On 11/16, I spoke with someone at the substation of the University of Idaho campus. I asked if she had any special relationships with any of the victims, and she said she was really good friends with Xana Kernodle and met Xana freshman year, and said she was also close friends with Kaylee Gonsalves and met her freshman year during recruitment. She said she knew Kaylee the best. I asked if Kaylee hung out or associated with anyone with violent tendencies, and she said no, and expressed she was confused about the incident because what she saw on the news said Kaylee mainly stuck together with her roommates, Xana, Madison, but she said Kaylee also hung out with the King girls, which were... And I asked if Kaylee was involved in using illegal substances, and she said, just coke probably. I asked if she saw Kaylee doing cocaine, and she said no, but she knew Xana was pretty into it. Detective Dean asked if Ethan, Xana's boyfriend, was into cocaine, and she said she didn't know. She said she didn't know Ethan that well. Detective Dean asked if drugs were being sold from the house or if the drugs were more used for parties. She said they were used but not sold. Detective Dean asked if there were large quantities of drugs at the house or if the house was known as a drug house, and she said no. I asked if Kaylee ever mentioned about having a stalker or having concerns about anyone, and she said no. She also said Kaylee had never mentioned anything to the girls. She asked if we saw the Twitch stream. I asked what she saw in the stream, and she mentioned that there were two guys. I asked if she recognized the two guys, and she said she did not. She said her friend recognized the two guys, and she did not, and that her friend and something were at the grub truck and saw Kaylee and Madison, and they mentioned that the two males were being weird. I asked if she knew anyone or recognized anyone from the grub truck stream, and she said no. I asked if she was familiar with the fraternity members, and she said yes. I asked if there was anything mentioned why the males were labeled as weird. She said she thought one of the males nudged the other male like, oh, those are your girls, go and get them. She said that they would be worth talking to because she was there during that time. I asked if she spoke with Kaylee, and she said that she might have said hi, but wasn't sure. Also mentioned that she hung out with Kaylee and Madison all night at the corner club. I asked if any of the victims had any issues with anyone. She said that Kaylee was unproblematic and peaceful. Said she can't imagine someone with violent tendencies around her. And she said she felt the same way about Madison. And she said, if anything, maybe Ethan and Zaina. And I asked if Ethan and Zaina associated with violent people, and she said because something that Zaina and Ethan were more outgoing and hung out with different friend groups. Detective Dean asked if Kaylee or Madison recently had a boyfriend or ex-boyfriend, and she said Kaylee dated a guy named something for a couple of years, and Kaylee and somebody were in high school sweethearts, but they were a really nice person. Said she spoke to Kaylee a couple days before the incident. Kaylee said that once she graduated, she was looking for an apartment in Texas. And Kaylee met a guy from Texas that she's already living in Texas, and they were going to be roommates. I asked if Kaylee and so-and-so were still together when Kaylee mentioned that, and she said no, they had already broken up. She said that she mentioned that Kaylee attempted to call someone around 300 hours asking if he was up. Kaylee said not Kaylee. That one said she didn't think that he replied to Kaylee because he thought it was some type of booty call. Detective Dean asked how they knew that Kaylee attempted to reach out, and she said because they told him. She thought that they found out after people were asking if he knew anything about what happened. Detective Dean asked if Madison had a boyfriend, and she said yes, and they called him and said she thought his first name was something, and then she said they are still together, and she doesn't think they had any problems. He's a good guy. Detective Dean asked what he looked like, and she said, well, he was short, maybe 5'7", and balding, and that he had brown hair and was skinny, and thought he lived in Coeur d'Alene. She said someone was Madison's little, said Kaylee and Madison were the closest out of all the roommates. Detective Dean asked if someone had a boyfriend. She said yes, that his name is something and he lives in Boise, and she said that he was nice, hardworking, and said that somebody had epilepsy and was not a violent person, and said that she was not aware of any issues between the roommates. And I asked if Kaylee hung out with any other males, and she said that Kaylee was talking to a guy named something that's redacted who was a member of something, and said they had a sexual relationship and would hook up here and there. Described that person to be over 6 feet tall, brunette, medium build. Said he was serving as vice president to something. I asked if there was anyone else that Kaylee spent time with, and that person said no, unless Kaylee met someone at the bar that night. She didn't know if Kaylee met anyone in particular, but heard a male got kicked out for being creepy towards Madison, and could possibly have more information because they were also at the bar. Then she said the last time she spoke to Kaylee was about 1700 hours on 11/13, and Kaylee showed up with all of Kaylee's roommates at her apartment, the Whites, sometime between 1430 and 1500 hours, and said that they left sometime between 1700 and 1800 hours. I told so-and-so I was aware of a social media post of all the roommates pictured together, and she said that was at her apartment. I asked if she has been over to Kaylee's house before. I asked if people usually, I think that should be use the Wi-Fi. She said she was unsure. Said they usually leave their doors unlocked. Everyone knows it's a something out of house. I asked why Kaylee lived in a house with a different sorority, and they said that Kaylee and Madison had been best friends for several years and spoke about living with each other. She said that Kaylee was still close with her freshman-sophomore friend group. I asked her if she was aware of any cameras in the area. She said no. Detective Dean asked if she saw anyone in the area that seemed out of place, and she said she thought while she was at her apartment and did not remember who, but somebody mentioned about a random kid carrying a BB gun, but nobody thought anything of it. She said that she reached out to someone on 11/13 after the incident, but she did not reply. She said maybe she had reached out but she was unsure. I asked if anyone has reached out. She said maybe. That's it. Aaron Morris. This is 11/17. I responded to the University of Idaho Kibbe Dome to interview someone, possibly had information regarding the homicide. They started on 11/13 between 9 and 10. He was walking his dog. He stated he walked by the first time. He noticed the front door to a 1122 on the north side of the building was wide open. He stated he knew it was a party house, so assumed someone was too intoxicated and forgot to close the door the night prior. He stated he walked his dog up Taylor Avenue to Blake Avenue, then down to Sweet Avenue. He said his walk took him approximately 1 hour, and he stated that when he walked back to his apartment around 1100 hours, the front door was still wide open. He said he was unsure if the information was known or not, but he should report it. I asked if he knew anyone who lived at the house. He said not personally, but in passing. I thanked him and cleared it. This is Lawrence Mowry. Okay. Hi, Judy. Nightbot? What's Nightbot doing? Oh, he deleted your message. Why? What'd you put? Let me see. You put at start, hi, Jen, video, murder of crows, beautiful entrance. Okay, I'm watching now. I don't know why. Why did Nightbot do that? I don't know. Nightbot is deleting your messages. Why? Hi, Carolyn, mods. I don't know why Nightbot did that. Oh, that's crazy, Nightbot. Don't do that to our Judy. Okay. Let me get something more to drink here. Okay. That's not nice to do that to Judy, Nightbot. Okay, here we go. On November 16th, I applied for and was granted the following warrants for the cell phone providers. AT&T, North Palm Beach, Florida, for a tower dump of all records. Okay, so this is just, okay, things that he was given, so we don't need to really go through that. Let's go to the next one. Lawrence Mowry. On November 15th, I received an email. Looks like that's from Kaylee's dad. He stated that he had access to some of Kaylee's messages and phone calls. He stated he would have someone contact me about the files. I was able to speak to someone, and she sent me various files, including an image from the spokesman review showing a camera on a nearby residence, text messages between Kaylee and her Uber driver, a recent phone call, list, video from the grub truck, Twitch TV feed. I attached these files to the case files. The communication between Kaylee was located on phone examination. The Twitch feed was previously downloaded. In the image showing the camera, it was found that the residence was at King Road. The SD card from the camera was brought to the Moscow Police Department, but the file system of the card was not recognized by any of the forensic computers. The card was returned to the owner and reinstalled into the camera. On November 17th, Officer John Rasinski recontacted the owner of the camera, stated she was out of town, but she sent video to Officer Rasinski showing a figure walk to the dumpster and appear to look inside. To preserve any potential evidence on the camera, I asked if she could seize the entire device, including the SD card, to which she stated yes. She stated she would not be back into Moscow until approximately November 28th. I directed her to contact me when she returns to her residence, at which time I will attempt to connect the camera back to her Wi-Fi router and view the video from the device. Okay. Mowry again, November 18th. I received an email showing a screenshot of a Facebook post. In the post, the account username was reported details about the incident. I searched for this user and found a user ID. The account had an avatar similar to the something avatar. I was able to pull up the account and it appeared to have the following friends associated with it. I requested preservation on all 4 of these accounts. Okay. On November 13th, I was informed 2 of the victims had been patrons of the grub truck located on Main Street. I was also informed that grub truck live stream feeds were on Twitch TV. I was able to locate the Twitch grub truckers and get the stream with the label "The Carbonara Effect will never reveal our secret ingredients." In the video, Kaylee Gonsalves and Madison Mogan are seen walking into camera view on the video at 3:43:01. They are accompanied by a male, later identified. Gonsalves orders and receives food at 3:53. The girls are seen walking around the truck, leave the area, appear to be talking to another patron, and he does not see the girls leave. Then he raises his arms in a what fashion and walks away in a different direction than the girls. A copy of the video was captured and saved as evidence. On 11/18, I was asked to conduct a follow-up. I was told someone was contacted. 11/17, I was asked to watch video from 1,200 hours to 1,300 hours to see movements during the homicide. 11/12, someone left his dorm room at 12:05 hours. He was wearing a black long-sleeve shirt and black sweats. At 12:53, they returned. At 15:03, they left again wearing a black beanie, black gloves, and a white jacket. At 19:48, he returned to the dorm without the beanie, gloves, and jacket, but then left again at 19:52 with a backpack. He was gone until 11:13 at 12:25 hours when he returned to the dorm. I reported the information to ISP. Okay, this is November 18th. I logged into the Uber law enforcement portal and submitted an exigent preservation request for any location data associated with the Uber driver with the phone number. Due to the nature of the investigation, Uber recommended an exigency request for the preservation. In a screenshot received, it showed messages which appeared to be from a phone between Kaylee Gonsalves and himself. The name of the recipient is Kaylee Uber. It is unknown if someone was on duty with Uber at the time of him picking up Gonsalves and Maddie Mogan. Uber stated if the driver was on duty, it would show the location of the vehicle. If the driver was not on duty, Uber would not have the data. I was informed by Uber customer service this is common if the driver provides personal transportation services. At 14:34 hours, I received an email from Uber stating that they received my request. I received an email at approximately 16:17 hours from Uber, which contained files regarding the Uber logs. The record showed his location up until someone goes off duty. These records were attached to the case file. No warrant was requested or returned as Uber provided the data via the exigent request. Okay. What's Mallory? November 17th, I contacted Neil Uhrig of the Post Falls Police Department for assistance in examining the laptops and iPad located at the residence. Okay, so that's that. On November 13th, I was informed of a possible surveillance camera located at King Road. Corporal Ryan Snyder had spoken with one of the residents who had a camera using a Home Eye Pro app on a porch on their dwelling. Corporal Snyder provided me with the username and the password. I asked Corporal Snyder if the video was stored on the cloud-based system for me to view or if it could be downloaded. I was provided a 32 gigabyte SD card from the camera, but the file format was not recognized by any of my forensic computers, and it prompted me to format the disk. Corporal Snyder informed me that they could screen capture the video from her phone, and the card was returned to enable her to assist in the acquisition of the data. On November 17th, I requested the assistance of Officer John Rosinski to recontact and see if we could provide the video from the camera. Officer Rosinski contacted them, who stated she was in Boise until November 28th. Officer Rosinski sent him a video of a male subject walking by the camera at approximately 3:20 hours towards the dumpster. An Officer Rosinski contacted me, and I spoke to someone and requested permission to remove the camera from the residence, and she consented. Based on my training and experience, I know many of the different video surveillance cameras using a first in, first out storage retention system. This means the newer data overwrites the older data, and I was concerned data may be lost the longer the camera continued to record footage. I requested assistance from Officer Aaron Morris to go to the residence and unscrew the camera from its location. The camera screws into a common light bulb base commonly found on a patio porch fixture. Officer Morris returned a short time later with the camera and the SD card. On November 18th, I attempted to view the contents of the SD card. I plugged the card into the right blocker, and it still was not recognized by the computer. I used FTK image version to make an image of the SD card. Now that the data was on a drive recognized by the operating system, I then used the AXA magnet version to parse data from the card. In reviewing the data, I found over 13,000 individual images from the card. They appear to be an individual video frame from the camera. While attempting to view the data on the card, I received a forwarded email from someone whose sister resides at the residence. The email stated that she was viewing the video remotely when Officer Morris removed the camera. She stated he saw a suspicious vehicle in the area and was concerned with the video footage stored on the device being overwritten. I was then put in touch with another resident at King Road, who stated that she would be back in Moscow at approximately 2,000 hours. I met with them at her residence, and again, if she would be willing to assist in recording screen captures on her phone from the device. I explained I would replace the camera, gather the information, and then take the camera as evidence. I also explained I needed to take the wireless router since the camera was already linked to the Wi-Fi network, and stated she would consent and allow both items to be seized. I reinstalled the camera in the light socket, and it powered on, and I was able to watch as they accessed the footage on the camera. During this time, the camera showed a vehicle entering the area at approximately 3:56 hours and leaving at a high rate of speed at approximately 4:20 hours. They provided the video to me. I uninstalled the camera and seized the wireless router. Both items were then taken back to the Moscow Police Department as evidence. On November 19th, while reviewing the videos located at 3:56 and 4:20, that's Bryan Kohberger's car, it appeared the vehicle left the area and may have traveled on Molenta Drive. However, the vehicle stopped. In an attempt to see further and gain perhaps a better resolution, I reconstructed the wireless network the camera operated on by powering on the wireless router. I downloaded the HomeEye Pro app on my work phone. I was able to use this app and download the video clips. These clips include audio, which was not part of the screenshots completed, and were able to capture a longer duration. In the clips, the vehicle exhaust and acceleration can be heard, as well as seeing the vehicle leave at a high rate of speed on Molenta Drive. After capturing the clips, I disconnected the camera and the Wi-Fi router and placed them into evidence. The videos were placed on a DVD and placed into evidence. That's Kohberger's car, leaving at a high rate of speed. Ballinger. On November 19th at approximately 1200 hours, I met with Detective Mowry, who tasked me with downloading surveillance video footage from several USB memory drives. Mowry gave me multiple small manila envelopes which contained USB memory drives collected from multiple different investigators. Detective Mowry asked me to download the videos from all the drives and to place them on an external hard drive, which he provided. Once the task was complete, Detective Mowry asked me to copy all of the videos from the portable hard drive to the M drive of our City of Moscow network, and where he created a folder where working copies of the videos could be stored. After downloading the videos from the individual USB memory drives, I placed them back into the manila envelopes they came from and sealed them with evidence tape. I did find 2 of the USB memory drives which came from this same envelope. They did not contain any video footage, and I returned them to Detective Mowry. And once all the videos were downloaded to the portable hard drive, I then copied them all to the M drive on the city network and returned the hard drive to Detective Mowry. John Rosinski. Okay. So on 11/15, at approximately 13:48 hours, I spoke with someone on the phone, said she was good friends with Kaylee Gonsalves, but was also friends with Xana Kernoodle and Ethan Chapin. She said she was a member of the sorority and currently a junior at the University of Idaho. She said she was not aware of anyone that Kaylee associated with that had violent tendencies. She said she was not aware of Kaylee being involved in drugs in any way. She said she knew people party with drugs, but doesn't know of Kaylee or any of her other roommates being involved in drugs. She said she did not know if drugs were being sold from the residence. She said she was at a party earlier in the day at a friend's apartment at the Whites. She said the apartment she saw Kaylee, Madison, Xana, and Ethan. And they were all just hanging out. And there were other people there as well. And she said there was nobody of concern at the apartment, and everybody present was a familiar person. She said she last saw Kaylee at the grub truck. She said she arrived after Kaylee and said Kaylee was there with Madison Mogan. She said Kaylee's demeanor was good, and they really struck up a conversation, and Kaylee seemed really happy and said Kaylee and Madison were laughing. Said she did not have a conversation with Madison, only Kaylee, and said they didn't mention their plans after the grub truck. She said Kaylee and Madison seemed a little intoxicated and believed they came from the club. She said Kaylee seemed coherent, was not stumbling or slurring her words. She said she didn't know if Kaylee or Madison showed up to the grub truck with anyone. She said later she watched the Twitch video and it appeared someone showed up with Kaylee and Madison, but she didn't recognize that individual. She said her friends did not either. She said after Kaylee got her food, she saw Kaylee and Madison walk in the direction of the campus. She did not see anyone follow them. She mentioned that she saw in the grub truck video someone walking in the same direction. She said she heard that there was someone concerning on the corner club and said that she heard that individual was being creepy towards Madison and was kicked out. She was not aware of any other males that Kaylee spent time with and said that she knew that Kaylee had an ex-boyfriend that went to UI, but she understood they were on good terms. And she said she knew Madison had a boyfriend that graduated from UI, that she didn't know his name. She did not know anyone that Ethan or Xana hung out with. She said she wished she had more to share. I thanked her for her time and concluded the interview. Okay, let me go to the next thing. This is Danny Vargas, transporting electronic devices. Transported 4 cell phones belonging to Gonsalves, Mogan, Kernoodle, and Chapin to Coeur d'Alene Police Department. Gave them to Detective Dustin Taylor. I picked up the cell phones, brought them back to Moscow Police Department. Okay, so this is just transporting the cell phones. Okay. Now, on November 16th, at approximately 7:45, Latah County Coroner Kathy Mabut and I arrived, and I attended the 4 autopsies for Xana, Ethan, Madison, and Kaylee at the Spokane County Medical Examiner's Office in Spokane, Washington. The 4 autopsies were all performed, Gary Tolson, a detective with ISP, observed 3 of the autopsies, Cornudo, Mogan, and Gonsalves, as he arrived after the autopsy for Chapin was performed. During the autopsies, the following items of evidence were collected: DNA cards, hand swabs, wrist swabs, forearm swabs, foot swabs, ankle swabs, anal swabs, oral swabs, vaginal swabs, hair, head hair, nail clippings, neck swabs, handbags, t-shirt, pants, silver earring, sock, SD photo card. All of the above listed items were released on 11/16. Okay, and then they put which kind of swabs they had there. Major crime prints. As part of the autopsies, major crime prints were taken from each of the victims. At the conclusion of the 4 autopsies, they told us the following. Ethan Chapin's fatal injury was from a stab wound under his left clavicle, which severed his subclavian vein and subclavian artery, and also his jugular vein was severed. Ethan only had sharp force injuries. Xana Cornudo's fatal injuries were from 1 laceration in her right lung and 2 lacerations in her heart. Cornudo had 50-plus stab wounds, mostly defensive. Xana only had sharp force injuries. Madison Mogan's fatal injuries included a left lung laceration and a liver laceration. Madison only had sharp force injuries. Kaylee Gonsalves' fatal injuries included a left lung laceration, a liver laceration, 2 subdural bleeds, and a stab behind her clavicle, which cut her subclavian vein and artery. Kaylee had signs of sharp force injuries, asphyxial injuries, and blunt force injuries. Kaylee had 20-plus stab wounds. Doctors said the weapon used was not serrated. It was single-edged, very sharp, and said a lot of force was used by the suspect. On November 16th at approximately 19:55 hours, I drove from Spokane Medical Examiner's Office to the FBI, and I met with Special Agent Bryan Gunderson. Several of the clothing items collected during the autopsies were still wet and needed to dry in evidence dryers overnight. Special Agent Gunderson and I placed the following items in 2 separate dryers in the evidence room, and I released the items to Special Agent Gunderson. Special Agent signed for the items at 11/16. And the items, it says the items belonging to Gonsalves and Mogan were placed into dryer 1, and the items belonging to Cornudo and Chapin were placed into dryer 2. So let's see, Kaylee, handbags, t-shirt, pants, socks. Madison, handbag, short sleeve, shirt, pink, pants, Cornudo, handbag, foot bag, sweatshirt, underwear. Ethan Chapin, handbag, socks. I transported the remainder of the evidence items back to MPD and placed them in the evidence fridge. On November 17th in the morning, I drove to the FBI office located in Coeur d'Alene, met with Special Agent Bryan Gunderson. I removed the dried items from the dryer 1 and 2 and packaged them into their original bags along with the items I turned over to S.A. Gunderson. I collected 2 additional items from S.A. Gunderson, 1 bag that contained the drop sheet, filter, and security tag from dryer 1, and 1 bag that contained the drop sheet, filter, and security tag from dryer 2. Gunderson released the items back to me on 11/17. On November 17th, I worked with MPD evidence technician and booked in all the items collected from the autopsies. On 11/21 at approximately 14:30 hours, I met with U of I director regarding saved security footage on campus. We provided an external hard drive to recover the footage, and he completed the transfer of information. After receiving the hard drive, I immediately turned it over to the FBI agent date bodily so his team could review the data. Okay. On 11/21, I was asked by Detective Adams of the Idaho State Police to book 2 cigarette butts into evidence that he collected. Detective Adams brought the 2 cigarette butts to the Moscow Police Department evidence room, where I watched him place them both into separate ISP envelopes. I sealed the envelopes with evidence tape, signed the tape for both. The chain of custody was filled out on both envelopes. I booked the 2 envelopes into MPD evidence and requested they be sent to the state lab. I took the photographs of the cigarette butts and I attached them to the case file. On November 21st at approximately 11:57, I was asked to follow up on a possible lead. In the homicide case, I was told a Mexican drug dealer with a moniker was possibly selling drugs to several fraternities and sororities on the University of Idaho campus. I told Captain Barrett I would contact several of my contacts to see if anyone knew of redacted. At approximately 12:04 hours, I began contacting my fellow Quad Cities Drug Task Force, Detectives Brett Damon, Colby Martin, and Bryson Ace. None of the detectives had heard of anybody selling cocaine in the Quad Cities. At approximately 12:11, I reached out to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Fire Alarms, and Explosives Special Agent T.J. Wahera out of Spokane, Washington. Office reference S.A. Wahera hadn't heard of anyone but said he would reach out to other agencies in the area about him. I also spoke at approximately 13 hours, and they never heard of anyone selling cocaine in the area, and they said they would contact me if they heard anything. I also spoke with Brandon DeMeyer of Benton County Sheriff's Office in Washington. Detective DeMeyer hadn't heard of anything but said he would contact his local detectives about the name and let me know if he found out anything. I was waiting to see if any information can be found. On 11/22 at 11:20 hours, I met with someone at the U of I office, Civil Rights. I provided them with a new USB storage device to the saved documents pertinent to the investigation. At 11:30, I met with FBI agent Alex Skelton. I gave Alex Skelton the USB device. Okay, this is about the USB device. Evidence. Okay. Transportation of evidence. Let's see. Lawrence Mowry. On November 26, I requested and was granted a warrant for eBay for the sale of the following items between January 1st, 2022 to present: a K-bar full-size U.S. Marine Corps fighting knife, and a K-bar leather sheath with a U.S. Marine Corps logo. On November 26 at approximately 19:07 hours, I logged into the eBay law enforcement e-request system, and I received an email from eBay providing me with an internal case number. On November 28th at approximately 11:05, I received an email from eBay stating the files were ready to download, and I logged into the portal and downloaded the files. In examining the files, eBay showed 0 purchases for the ASIN 4938 K-bar size U.S. Marine Corps fighting knife. However, in examining the files, eBay showed several user IDs associated with the sale of an ASIN number K-bar leather sheath. No subscriber information, IP address, or payment information or customer records were provided. As these user IDs are associated with a knife sheath purchased before or after November 13th, I'm requesting the assistance of the Latta County Prosecutor's Office to apply for a warrant for the following account information for the above named eBay user ID subscriber information. Okay, so they completed the warrant. These documents were sent to be returned to the court. I also emailed. Okay, so they sent out for the eBay, whoever bought that knife. On November 13th, I responded to 1122 in an attempt to interrogate the wireless router located at the residence. After speaking with Corporal Brett Payne, he informed me the wireless router and the cable modem were located in the living room on the second floor. After arrival, I used the Ethernet cable to connect my laptop to the local area network port on the back of the Spectrum Wi-Fi 6 router with the serial number. Then router provided my laptop with an IP address and gateway IP which resolved to the router. I attempted to locate a web-based management portal for the device but was prompted to download the Spectrum app. I then called the Charter Law Enforcement Response Team and spoke with a representative and tried to ascertain if Charter Spectrum could retrieve the data from the router. On Monday the 17th, I again called Charter, left her voicemail. I was told she would have technicians retry and preserve the data. Okay, so from my training and experience, I know wireless routers allow wireless devices, phones, tablets, laptops to connect to them for access to the internet. Okay, after a device is specifically connected to the wireless router, a log of this connection or the specific MAC address, media access control of each device is kept on the device. The data previously stored. Okay, so I request the assistance of the Latah County Prosecutor's Office in getting a warrant. Okay, so they want the stuff from the router. On November 17th, I was interviewed by Sergeant Mike Van Leuven from the Idaho State Police. At that time, he provided his phone number to Sergeant Van Leuven along with consent to search the phone. The phone is an iPhone XR. Transported to the Coeur d'Alene Police Department, the phone would be extracted by Detective Dustin Taylor of Coeur d'Alene Police Department. Detective Mike Van Leuven had taken the phone to Dustin Taylor at the Computer Forensic Lab. On November 18th, while confirming Detective Taylor received the warrant, I was informed the phone was no longer at Coeur d'Alene, and Police Lieutenant Paul Berger picked up the phone from Taylor and delivered it to the Spokane County Sheriff's Office, where investigator of analysis received it. The data on the phone was forensically extracted. On November 19th, Idaho State Police Detective Richardson retrieved the phone from the forensic lab and delivered the phone to the mother per the attorney's wishes. On November 21st, Detective Anderson of the Idaho State Police. Since the warrant was not started. Okay. Interview potential witnesses. Okay. Somebody was interviewed in regard to the homicide at 1122 King Road. She said she was a resident of the house where the incident occurred. She said she was at a something party at around 10:30 on 11/12 where she was drinking. She said she went to some other house where she believed she arrived home at 3:30, 30 hours and 100 hours on 11/13. She said she thought she arrived home at 20 minutes after she arrived. That somebody arrived there. She said she believed Maddie and Kaylee arrived home at 1:30 or 2. She said she said up to this, nothing weird had happened during that night. She said that her friend came home followed by another friend, and they all lived at the house, and somebody was her roommate at the residence. And they said when Maddie and Kaylee came home from the corner club at the same time, everyone went to bed. They were asked about the layout of the house. She said Kaylee's room was directly above her room, and she said she lived on the second floor. Kaylee lived on the third floor, and said that Kaylee and Maddie live upstairs on the third floor in separate rooms. She said Xana lived closest to the bathroom on the second floor, and that this Bethany obvious lived on the first floor. When asked about Murphy, she said it was a dog owned in common between Kaylee and her ex-boyfriend, and said there was no apparent issues between Kaylee and her ex-boyfriend, and said Maddie had a boyfriend who was in Boise at the time. Said that Xana was dating Ethan, who was in the room with her at the time of the incident. They didn't know of anybody that would want to hurt Ethan. When she was asked if she saw any cars in that area that should not be there. She said, no, I was not really looking at that. She said she woke up around 4 o'clock where she could hear Kaylee and Murphy, the dog, dancing. She said she knew it was Kaylee because she recognized her voice and could hear Murphy barking. She said she heard Kaylee go upstairs and say, there is someone here. And then she said she thought she heard Kaylee run back down the stairs, and said Kaylee sounded scared when she made this statement. She said at the time she jumped up and locked the door because she didn't know what else to do. She said she called out Kaylee's name and did not indicate if she got a response. And she said she tried to call Kaylee, Xana, and Maddie on their phones, and was asked if she saw anyone come down the stairs or heard anything. She said, no, I don't even know how they got in. We're usually pretty good about locking doors and never had any problems. It was just really random. And then she said there was a series of events, and she opened the door when she cried out to Kaylee and then closed the door because she was scared. She said she then opened the door again and heard who she thought was Kaylee, but could have been Xana crying in the bathroom. And she said then she heard a man's voice say, it's okay, I'm going to help you. And then she said it was weird because this statement was not in a very nice way, and the voice was one she had never heard before. And then she said she called out to Kaylee again, and there was no crying after that, and she didn't know what happened after that. And she said she opened the door again, and this guy is right there, and she describes the male as approximately her height, 5'10" or a few inches taller, not skinny but athletic build. Said the suspect was wearing all black with mask that covered just his forehead and goes around his face, and she showed with her hands the mask exposed his nose but covered the mouth area. She said she believed the suspect was white, but she doesn't remember eyebrow color or what his eyes looked like. She said that when she saw the suspect, he saw her and just left, and said that she believed he was holding something near his stomach or belt line. Let me see. She used both hands to point straight out from her abdomen, and then she moved her hands apart and back together to simulate a bulge. And then she said he was wearing black in color, and she thought now maybe it was a gun. And the unknown object had an arrow shape, and she said she was really unsure. She was tired during the event. She was asked how long she believed it was from the time Kaylee said, someone is here, to when she saw the suspect, and she said she thought it was about 10 or 20 minutes. She went on to say she was in and out of it. What she did not fully remember the incident. She was asked where the suspect was in the residence, and she saw him. She said the suspect was between her bedroom door and the kitchen. She said she remembered watching the suspect go out the kitchen door and leave. She said at the time she closed her door and locked it as fast as she could, and she said the suspect did not walk towards her or say anything. She said once the suspect left, she immediately called the roommate downstairs and said she informed her she heard a sound that sounded like a firework, and then she said she told her she called everyone and they were not answering, and she said she was in and out of it and believed everyone was just asleep. She said that she went to the room, locked the door, and went to bed. She said she woke up and said she called, and someone came to the residence, went upstairs, said they needed to call law enforcement immediately, and was asked if there's anything else they wanted to share. She said the noise was described as a loud boom, but Someone did not hear it. She asked if any of her roommates shared any weird experiences in the last couple of weeks, or calls or texts, and she said no. It's been all normal. Nothing weird at all. Nothing really weird happens in Moscow, usually. When asked if there was any altercations at the party, she said no, everything was normal, and she mentioned again that she was with someone and Zaina at the party, and was asked if anyone was having sexual relations with anyone they shouldn't be, and she said no. She brought up an incident which occurred about a month prior. She said that she remembered Kaylee saw a shadow while she was taking Murphy outside. She said Kaylee also mentioned when she was at something 2 or 3 weeks prior, an individual was following her, and she said that she arrived home one time and the door to the residence was found open, and she said she did not believe the slider door was locked that night of 11/12. She said she could hear Murphy barking a lot around 400 hours 11:13 when Kaylee went upstairs. She said she heard Murphy go outside barking as well. She doesn't remember if Murphy would chase a suspect outside. She said she didn't remember if this suspect who ran left the sliding door open. Interview number 2. Someone said about 1200 hours and 11:13. Someone called someone. She thought something wasn't right in her house. She said she saw a man in her house the night prior. These are the friends they're calling to come over, make sure everything was okay, because she locked herself in the room and said it was the first person to get to the residence and enter the code to the front door where they were in the room on the first floor. They did not know what was going on. They said they went up the stairs, immediately went to Zaina's room, and this was the only room he went into. He said when he approached the door, it was only partially open. And he said when he opened it, he saw Zaina saw Zaina and Ethan, and said he initially did not realize all the blood was dried blood in the room. He said he thought at first they had been drunk and left a mess. He said when he stood there for a moment, he began to realize that what he was seeing. And he said somebody was uncontrollably crying, and he said he told them to get out of the house and call law enforcement. Said that he went to the kitchen, grabbed a knife from the drawer, and said he then went into the room and checked the closet to make sure there was not anyone else in the room. And he said he checked for a pulse on both Zaina and Ethan, and he said both of their bodies had rigor mortis and were cold with no breath or pulse. He said he believed the two had been deceased for a while. He said he believed he left the knife on the folding table in the living room. He said he started to enter the house and came up the stairs and told them, the girls did, and told them to get out of the residence, and that this was about the time the Moscow Police Department arrived on scene. He said he told the officers, they told him to stay where he was at, and he said he didn't know if anyone else was upstairs or if he had gone anywhere else in the house, and he said he had trouble comprehending what he was seeing. He said he was not at the party the night prior, he said, and Ethan was texting the night prior by phone, and said that Ethan wanted him to come over, but he chose not to, and said that he has known Ethan since fall of 2021, and he said that he was in something, and Ethan was a member of another fraternity, and he indicated they were in the same sorority, and he was dating. He said that, let's see here, indicated he was last at the residence on 11/12, where he was pre-gaming for the Vandals football game. He said he got to the residence at about 1200 or 1300 hours and left at 1430 to go to a different party. He said the last time he was at 1122 King Road was Friday 11/11. He did not know of anyone who had issues, and with Ethan and Zaina dating, he said he estimated Zaina and Ethan were dating for 8 months. He said he knew Zaina very well through his girlfriend. He said he was not very familiar with Maddie or Kaylee. He allowed pictures to be taken of his phone on the conversation between him and Ethan. Okay. Then there was a text at 11:20 hours on the morning of 11:13. Someone asked if she was awake and said he called her, and they called her back. told them that she was in Bethany's room, said that she was freaked out because her roommates were not answering the phone, and that she heard something on the phone in the background saying, "I saw something," and she asked her to come over to 1122 King Road and pick her up. Okay, and let's see. She arrived. MPD units were arriving as well. She said she did not go to the party but went to the different one instead. Okay, and they left the party at 30 hours and at about 100 hours on 11/13. She said she was in somewhere and Xana and Maddie were both in but dropped out, and Kaylee was in, they were talking about sororities, but dropped out as well. Suspected the girls dropped their respective sororities because of issues with other girls in the houses, specifically cited girls on the executive board who tell other members what to do. They suspected that this was what they did not like. Confirmed she and blank were still active members in the sorority. Said the girls were still active members of the sorority who chose to not live in the house because of money issues. Said Maddie and a big sister in the sorority house. Okay. Okay, hang on a minute because I have to get another drink. Okay, hang on a minute. I'm just going to get another drink. Hang on for a minute. I'll be right there. Just going to take me 1 second. 1 second. Scooter would be happy to know I'm drinking the limoncello seltzer from Edisto. I believe I still have it. Okay. All right, guys. Okay. Okay. Hi, Spinster. How are you? How's it going? How's everybody doing? Stay hydrated. Yes. Okay. So now this is, again, Lawrence Mowry. On November 29th, I found I had received 2 emails from Snapchat dated November 28th at approximately 1700 hours. And these emails provided links to download the data requested pursuant to the 2 warrants that were served on Snapchat. In examining the files, I located a user ID which showed a subscriber information. The data showed someone purchased, okay, and these were the emails from Snapchat, but the files were downloaded. Oh, okay, wait a minute. This is about the K-bar knife. Data showed someone purchased a K-bar USMC brown leather knife sheath for 7-inch blades on August 14, 2022 at 3:29 hours. I located 2 younger males associated with that in TLO. I found TLO to be generally reliable in previous investigation. Those males appeared to be born in 96 and 94. In reviewing the eBay account, it appears the purchases and sells military memorabilia and equipment. I informed Sergeant Dustin Blaker of this information. I completed the warrant return receipt and affidavit. These documents were sent to the Loudoun County Prosecutor's Office to be returned to the court. Okay, so let me go. Hi, little lady. Now here we've got this one. Okay, another Snapchat warrant. Was granted a warrant for Snapchat. Received an email November 28th. Sent 2 emails. Files are ready for download. Okay. November 17th, I received data from the cell phone providers at approximately 13:52 an email informing me files from Verizon were able to be downloaded. Okay, these are all just how files were able to be downloaded, but no information there. Okay. November 26th, I requested and was granted T-Mobile tower dump. Okay. Here we have Cellbrite, forensic examination. The phones will be completed. Okay. Assisted the FBI with removing the center stacks from Ethan Chapin's Ford Explorer and Madison Mogan's Chevy Cruze. Once the center stacks were removed, I booked them into the Moscow Police Department as evidence. Okay. November 19th, I applied for and granted warrants for the iCloud accounts. Okay. That's all stuff that's getting downloaded. Okay, I went to pick up 3 cell phones and a hard drive. Okay, now we can go to something, another file now finally. Okay, this is Brent Payne. This is the evidence collection. So this is fingerprint lift, cell phones, laptop, knife sheath, white blanket, blue phone, a vape pen, a fingerprint lift, steak knife, blood swabs, disposable camera, laptop, latex gloves, laptop, iPad, bedding packaging, game bag. At approximately 1600 hours on 11/13/2022, Sergeant Blaker and I responded to 1122 to assist with scene security processing. Upon our arrival, the ISP forensic team was on scene and was preparing to begin processing the scene. Officer Smith and I entered through the bottom floor on the north side of the building. Upon entering, I observed a small bedroom on the west side of the bottom floor. The door was ajar and I could see a bed with covers, several other miscellaneous personal items strewn about. The room did not appear to have been occupied by anyone, and I did not see any clothes inside. I followed Officer Smith down the hall. There was a small bathroom. Next to this small bathtub was what I later learned was a utility closet. The closet had a pin code style lock and was secured. I looked into the bedroom on the east end of the bottom floor, which I later learned belonged to, this is Bethany. The room had normal clothes and personal items, but otherwise did not seem out of the ordinary. Officer Smith and I then walked upstairs to the second floor. This one I think we did get ahead of time, a long time ago. Okay. The stairs ended in a small living room area. There was a sectional style couch along the east and south wall of the room. There was also a small TV in a void on the northwest corner of the room. I also saw a black backpack on the floor just east of the top of the room. Just east of the top of the stairs. Officer Smith then directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned was Xana Kernoodle's room. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door. Yes, we definitely had this before. On the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body, later identified as Kernoodle's, laying on the floor. Kernoodle was laying on her back with her feet facing the east, and her head was facing the west. Kernoodle had a thong-type underwear on with a gray sweatshirt, and there was a large amount of blood on the floor around Kernoodle as well. I could see numerous wounds on Kernoodle's arms, hands, and face, which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. And just next to Kernoodle on the west wall was a small white nightstand, which appeared to have been moved as it was pushed against the wall at an odd angle. There was blood on the nightstand in various locations. The bed in Kernoodle's room was situated on the south wall of the bedroom with the head of the bed appearing to be towards the west wall. I could see a male, later identified as Ethan Chapin, laying on his back in the bed with some type of blanket pulled over his midsection. Chapin's body was at an angle on the bed, so that his head was up against the south wall and his feet were hanging off the bed on the north side. I could not clearly see the wounds to Chapin's head and neck area, but I could see a very large amount of blood on the bed, as well as what appeared to be blood spatter on the wall next to Chapin's head and neck. I also noticed 2 large cuts to the back of Chapin's legs. The wounds appeared to be deep into the tissue, but they were difficult to see due to Ethan's body position. Officer Smith then took me through the house and pointed out the bedroom, which was situated on the southeast side of the second floor of the house. The bedroom door opened to the kitchen area, as well as the staircase which led to the third floor of the house. Upon my brief visual inspection, the room was disheveled but did not appear to have any blood or evidence of a struggle within. I then followed Officer Smith upstairs to the third floor of the residence. The third floor consisted of 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kaylee Gonsalves's room. This room appeared neat and picked up. The only thing of note were the sheets on the bed were pulled back in a manner that suggested someone had been laying in the bed and then gotten out of it. Officer Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the third floor. This bathroom shared a wall with Madison Mogen's bedroom, which was situated on the southeast corner of the third floor. As I entered this bedroom, I could see 2 females in the single bed in the room. The bed was situated along the north wall of the bedroom, and both females, later identified as Mogen and Gonsalves, were laying on their backs with their heads towards the east and their feet towards the west, which was also the direction of the only door in the room. Both Gonsalves and Mogen had numerous stab wounds and were covered in a significant amount of blood. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogen right side when viewed from the door. I remained in the room for a moment and then I proceeded back outside. I remained unseen and conducted several more thorough walkthroughs of the scene with the ISP forensics team, the Ladder County coroner, and the Ladder County prosecutor. Upon receipt of the search warrant prepared by Officer Nunes, the ISP forensic team, led by Detective Sergeant Darren Gilbertson, processed the scene and collected the initial 56 pieces of evidence. The ISP turned those over. Okay, so let's go over here. Brett Payne. At approximately 1700 hours on November 24th, I took the MPD school car, a silver Ford Fusion, and drove the route of the suspect vehicle. I drove 2 separate routes in front of the camera located on Ridge Road, one westbound on the command post of the times of these runs, and requested the video from the point of contact on Ridge Road in order to compare the color of the test vehicle to that of the suspect vehicle. And once I completed these runs, I drove to 1122 King Road and I walked the route someone stated that she took while on foot near the house on 1113. I also parked the MPD school car on Queen Road immediately to the east of 1122 King Road in order to observe the effects of the orange tinted street lights located in that area. The lights appeared to make the silver vehicle look tanner in color than it would be under white street lights. I also walked down and spoke to Officer Tesdall, who was providing scene security at this time. I spoke to Officer Tesdall for a moment, then began to walk back to my patrol vehicle, and as I did so, I noticed a black glove that was laying in the parking lot approximately 25 feet from the front door. The glove was laying palm up and appeared to have been laying in that spot for a couple of days as it did not have any snow on it. I nudged the glove with the toe of my boot and found it was frozen to the ground. I asked Officer Tesdale for rubber gloves and his flashlight. Upon further examination, there appeared to be a dark fluid-like substance on the glove. The substance color and consistency was consistent with dried blood. Officer Tesdale provided me with an evidence bag, and I collected the glove as evidence. The glove is a Polar Penguin brand glove with rubberized palm and fingers. This type of glove is often used for concrete work. I brought the glove back to the MPD and booked it into the MPD evidence for submission to the state lab. The videos of the vehicle test runs were later collected and added to the FBI video files for this case. Tyson Barrett, let's see. Provided a USB flash drive and she downloaded information. Okay. University. Okay, so you just collected information on a flash drive. This is Lawrence Mowry. On November 29th, I applied and was granted a warrant for any data associated with Kaylee Gonzalez's Tinder accounts using the following identifiers. On November 29th at approximately 17:09 hours, the warrant was served. Okay, so that's the Tinder accounts for Kaylee. And this is an email forwarded from the Idaho Department of Labor. The email was from Michael Douglas of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. S.A. Douglas assisted in the service of the warrant to the Department of Labor. The email contained a single file with the data requested. Okay. Okay, I received an email forwarded to me from someone of Cutco Corporation, the parent company of K-Bar Knives. The email was from Michael Douglas, the FBI. The email contained a single file with the data requested pursuant to a warrant served on K-Bar. The file was downloaded, saved onto a computer, located in the secure computer forensic lab at Moscow Police Department. In examining the file, I noticed numerous individuals and companies who had purchased products matching the descriptions in the warrant. In the state of Idaho, the following sales of 1,217 knives were located. Okay, so they're going on there. Let's see. Applied and was granted a geoforce warrant for any data associated with nominalized information located within the following latitude and longitude points. S.A. Nick Balance with the Federal Bureau of Investigation assisted. The warrant was served. S.A. Balance received this stuff. Let's see here. Okay, that's chain of command. The Meta with the parent company of Facebook for a bunch of social media accounts. Okay, let's see what we got here. This is Lawrence Mowry. On November 15th, I contacted Detective David Taylor of Coeur d'Alene Police Department with a request for an agency assist. I requested assistance unlocking the cell phones of Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogan, Sienna Kernoodle, and Ethan Chapin, the victims in this case. And I emailed Detective Taylor a copy of the signed warrant. On November 16th, the phones were transported. I then asked for assistance on all three devices. I was able to unlock. Okay, so that's just all about chain of command there with the phones. Okay, this is the Yahoo account for Kaylee Gonzalez. Let's see. Email from Yahoo stating the data requested. Okay, so they're getting the social media accounts. For any data associated with the phone number, which was linked to a possible witness. Okay. This is on December 7th at approximately 1,000 hours. I was assisting packing and moving of personal belongings at the residence of 1122 King Road. Captain Barrett and I were in the process of packing items from Kaylee Gonsalves' room on the 3rd floor, and inside the closet, I was removing items from a black plastic 3-drawer organizer. In the bottom drawer, I located a Kodak Power Flash disposable camera and a GoPro camera in a small black zippered pouch. I was unaware if these items had been located during any of the previous searches of the residence, and I took custody of them until I could learn that information. I advised Captain Barrett of the items and showed them to her, and after completing the packing and moving of the personal belongings, I brought the GoPro and the Kodak camera back to the police department prior to leaving the residence. I also took possession of the keys to all of the vehicles belonging to the deceased, and once back at the police department, I locked the items into a temporary storage locker in the evidence processing room. I later contacted the investigative team and learned the memory card from the GoPro was seized during a previous search of the residence, so the camera itself was of no evidentiary value. I was told the Kodak disposable camera should be booked into evidence. On December 8th, I met with the property coordinator who assisted me in booking the Kodak camera into the evidence. Okay. Okay, here's another thing. As I was packing things away, Captain Dallinger and I packaged the belongings of Kaylee Gonsalves' room. While I was packing items, I noticed $125 in cash on the dresser, a $100 bill, one $10 bill, 2 5s, and $5 bills. And I both counted the money and put it in a small clutch. I placed the clutch in one of the boxes and marked that box that had cash in it. Okay. Tinder warrant users. So here's a warrant for Tinder. Granted a warrant for the Tinder accounts in Madison Mogan. Okay. I had previously arranged to release Kaylee's personal property at her family's request. I unlocked the secure evidence building, removed 22 boxes containing Kaylee's personal items into the Gonsalves' vehicle. There wasn't enough room in the vehicle for all the items, so they made a return trip. At that point, we loaded the remaining boxes, 2 purple totes and a clear plastic tote and a yellow suitcase. A DoorDash warrants. I logged into the Uber. Okay, that's about the Uber. Let's see here. On December 1st, Corporal Payne asked if I would assist with interviewing members of Ethan Chapin at the Latta County Annex building. I arrived and spoke with I introduced myself and told her I would be recording our conversation so I would not miss anything. She said she filled out an adult victim background questionnaire when I think this is Ethan's parents, right? They listed Ethan as being easygoing, positive, friendly, funny, and stated he did not have any negative issues or negative feelings with anyone. Listed the following people as being the people whom Ethan spent the most time, and told me the following about the people who Ethan was closest to. Xana. Ethan and Xana had been dating for about 1 year. They met through school. They knew Xana for 1 year, met her through Ethan. Talked with Xana once during Rush, but never hung out with her. Xana started dating Ethan. She partied with Xana, but never hung out with her outside of that. Xana was a junior, had a lot of friends, and knew most on campus. She met Xana's dad briefly during Parents' Weekend, never met Xana's sister, and never heard anything factual about Xana's mom, but knew Xana did not have contact with her. Ethan would often spend time with Xana while she was at work at the Mad Greek. Ethan and Xana never mentioned having weird feelings about anyone, customers or employees at Mad Greek. Ethan never said anything negative about his relationship with Xana to her. Let's see here. In the fraternity, someone does not know much about someone thought was a farmer from California, but she was not sure. Ethan would spend a lot of time with someone, and they met through the fraternity. Ethan and I guess a guy were very similar, would often watch football together on Sundays. Ethan would hang out with someone 3, 4, 5 days a week. When Ethan would be with so-and-so, they would spend time at Xana's residence and several apartments at the Whites. Someone was one of Ethan's closest friends and lives in somewhere. They stated that they were Ethan's closest friends, did not see any drug use among any of Ethan and his friends, but said they drank a lot, which was normal for the fraternity life. They said that there was one person called to come to their house the morning of the homicide. Ethan golfed a lot with someone so and so and so and came over to the house this past summer several times and hung out. Ethan never had any issues with them. Never heard of any or observed Ethan get into fights with anyone. Ethan never confided in her about having problems or frustrations with anyone. Ethan never mentioned having any issues with any of the girls who lived with Xana. Somebody spent time at Xana's house, never observed any issues between any of the roommates, said that she didn't know Maddie or Kaylee, and said that she knew something better. She thought if Ethan did have anything he needed to talk about to someone, he would most likely speak with their something or Xana because he saw them daily. Said Ethan was an open book and he was not a private person. I asked the person if they knew what Ethan did on Friday and Saturday. They said November 11th or 12th. They said they weren't sure what Ethan did on Friday, but they said on Saturday Ethan did not go to the football game or the tailgate and thought he spent that time at the Whites, possibly at an apartment. Said in the evening he went to her formal event, which was at Hunga Dunga from 1900 to 2000 hours, and said they drove to Hunga Dunga in their vehicle with Ethan, with his date, and his date said by her sorority, and this was a private event, told me she knew the majority of everyone who was at Hunga Dunga and nothing was out of the ordinary at that event. She said they all left Hunga Dunga in the same car and drove to the sorority where the girls, including her, got out, went inside, and changed clothes. They all got back in the car and left with Ethan. They went to a party, and then she texted Ethan at approximately 14 hours telling him she did not want to go with them. She was going to stay at her sorority, and said Ethan texted her several times trying to convince her to come, but she did not want to go and eventually fell asleep. And just a normal Saturday evening party. I asked if she saw any weird comments on Ethan's social media. She said she recently logged into Ethan's Instagram account and made it private because it was public and a lot of random people were making bad comments on it. She said people were speculating that this was a drug-related thing or something to do with the girls, and told me she did not notice the names of people who were commenting, and said they were weird accounts with just one follower. She said people were making bad comments on all of the other victims' accounts as well. I asked if the girls had ever had bad feelings about any of their neighbors, and she said she didn't think so. She told me she was at Zena's house a lot on the weekends and said that they would often get noise complaints. She was present for 2 of the noise complaints. She thought the person making the complaint lived in the house behind 1122 King Road, but was not certain. She told me she never witnessed any retaliation from any of the neighbors. I asked if Zena and her roommates knew everyone who lived around them, and she said she didn't know. I thanked her for speaking with me and told her if she thought of anything else to let me know. To let us know. My conversation ended. Okay. Okay. I applied for, let's see, Walmart. I received a packet from Walmart containing paper documents, DVDs with sales data on them. On December 9th, I received the data requested. Okay. Okay. Received. Okay, just. Okay, here's an interview. Tip line. Received a call from the K-Bar employee. So they've been in contact earlier by ISP detectives Boone and Barrett due to his name being provided by K-Bar and a list of people who had placed orders from K-Bar. Stated a call taker from K-Bar received a strange phone call on 12/1/2022, provided a written statement about what their conversation entailed, and they stated that they answered the call with the normal greeting directed by K-Bar, and someone interjected when she asked about concerns about the call and stated, "We will get to that later." Went on to tell why the order was canceled, stated that she understood and was never put his phone number on orders about the 2 feds that showed up at my door questioning my recent K-Bar order, and said that they were talking as if she had no knowledge of the investigation, then stated something to the effect of, a K-Bar sheath was left at the scene. Stated that she didn't know anything about the situation and asked if he wanted to complete his order. Stated he was a collector and had enough for now, and also added that he better hold off until things died down a little, and then ended the phone call. I asked about the sheath, and that conversation was very routine. They did not record their conversation. I called back and asked her to tell me about the call, and they reiterated the contents of the statement. However, she stated someone told her a K-Bar sheath was left at the scene, and added that it was told her, one of the investigators told her that the investigation is continuing into that. I don't know, this is crazy. Okay. Blood swabs. I responded to Queen Road at 1,000 hours and 11:15. We walked into the common walkway, the front door, and observed the exterior of the door. The area around the door jamb had numerous spots of dried fluid, which appeared to be rust drops from a metal roof above the apartment door. These drops were mainly on the wall next to the roof above the apartment door. Okay, so they're doing swabs. Let's see here. There, and now what are they doing over here? Reviewing security camera footage. infrared. The figure walks to the west out of the parking lot, leaves the frame of the video. The figure enters the sidewalk area. Okay, this is on 11/13. Let's see. Walking by the cameras at 3:50 hours on 11/13. I watched the film with Detective Vargas. The cameras show the parking lot on Linda Lane, which is situated directly south of Queen Road. The frame captures a portion of the Queen Road parking lot, but doesn't capture the apartments themselves. The Queen Road is also much darker than Linda Lane. The video is infrared and is thusly displayed in black and white. And approximately 3:50 hours on 11/13/2022, the timestamp on the video, a figure clad in dark clothing can be seen walking from the building which houses Queen Road. The figure walks to the west out of the parking lot and leaves the frame of the video as the figure enters the sidewalk area between the two other apartment buildings on the Queen Road. The terminus of this sidewalk in the immediate east of 1122 King Road. The figure is not captured by the cameras any further, and based off the information, they served a search warrant on the exterior of the front door to Queen Road. Access to the residence per this search warrant was granted only as a presumptive positive test for blood was found on the exterior door. Nothing was found during the search, and the warrant was returned. Okay, let's see. Officer Morris was contacted by someone, a maintenance worker, which manages Queen Road, and they placed him on speaker so they could talk to him. So they entered the only bathroom in the residence had been to inspect the drain when the other maintenance worker advised there appeared to be blood in the shower curtain. Okay. Blood on the toilet flusher handle. So there's blood all over on... I've seen dried blood before, and the marks appeared to be similar. The light switch handle. I applied for and granted a search warrant for Queen based on the following. Spot of similar characteristics that of dried blood. Someone walking by the cameras. Okay, we got that. The figure walks. The figure is not captured. We already got that already. The phone message from the front desk regarding Kaylee Gonsalves having a stalker at approximately 11:15 hours. I called and spoke with someone. I introduced myself, told her I was given a message to call about a possible information regarding Kaylee having a stalker. They told me she had some friends, had lunch with Kaylee around September 11th, and when she thought Kaylee said something about having a stalker. She thought Kaylee mentioned receiving something in the mail, but some of the other friends at the lunch mentioned that Kaylee mentioned getting a strange message through Facebook Messenger, and they said they had been speaking with all their friends and were at the lunch, and they were trying to remember what was said, and provided with the name of other friends at the lunch where Kaylee was on or around September 11th of 2022, graduated last year U of I, left U of I last semester, provided with a name, told her that Kaylee was very close friends and had plans to go live in June, said that she was not at the lunch and she thought Kaylee would have spoken with her the most, and that Kaylee would have spoken with, she redacted names, the most. And I asked if she could think of anyone Kaylee had issues with. I asked how the conversation came up regarding this stalker at the lunch, and she said Kaylee would always talk about things in a lighthearted manner, joking, and said one time she was speaking about childhood trauma in a joking manner. They didn't think much of it. Thought the stalker topic just got brought up at some point during the lunch conversation, but she could not remember how specifically. Get another drink. Okay. The phone. Let me see. This is a phone to who? Okay, phones. I interviewed somebody. They had called me. Sharon would be dealing with. Trying to see if this says anything. How they would travel from Moscow. Mom would explode with him. All right, hold on a second. Let me see what this is about. Okay, let's just think I'm not. Someone thought was a lead. It's not a lead. Reading glasses, passport, and iPad. Moving belongings. Okay. This is Facebook search warrants. Granted a warrant for Reddit. Kind of Kaylee Gonsalves. Okay, let's see. This is from Google. Google. Forensic extraction of the iPhone. Okay. Phone was okay. Another phone. Samsung. All right. More warrants. For the items, a Ziploc bag of jewelry, small black purse, Nike Air Jordan shoes, and a North Face black puffy coat. Okay, property to release to attorney. That's about Zaina's personal property. More personal property. Reinstalling the exterior camera. Went to a party around 2:30 with Ethan Chapin and Xana Carnoodle. They hung out in the apartment for a while together, and then that person went up to the main part of the fraternity to hang out at the party. Maddie and Kaylee went to the corner club. Not sure when they left. They did not see Ethan and Xana at the party and left to go somewhere else. And when they all got back to 1122, they were at the residence. They all watched a movie together. Maddie and Kaylee got to the house around 1:45 or 200 hours, left the house and went to bed. Somebody hung out with Maddie and Kaylee for a while in Kaylee's room, and Maddie took Murphy, Kaylee's dog, to go to the bathroom between 2:30 and 3, and they didn't stay outside for very long. It was cold. At about Maddie then went to bed, watched a TV show to help her sleep. Baby daddy at around 4 to 4:20. Somebody heard what was thought to be a firework or saw a spark on the ground from under her door. Then she heard Murphy barking, and they called. Someone started down the stairs, someone in the house, and it told her that she could come down to her room and sleep with her. Went to her room and they went to bed. They woke up around 11 and talked to other friends who came over, and they checked on Zane and Ethan and found them deceased. They talked about the incident with Kaylee. Stated about a month ago that she saw an unknown male above their house to the south who was staring at her when she took Murphy out to go potty. Stated Kaylee broke up with a longtime boyfriend about 3 months ago, was planning to move to Texas, could not provide me with anything else at the time. Okay. This is Nevada State Police follow-up, front door code. November 16th, to an office. Present during the interview was Matthew when the Nevada State Police followed up. I asked who had the front door code, stated that the above people were the only ones who had the code, stated the code for the front door was the same as the one the year before. Okay, let's see what they say over here. I asked about Murphy's routine. Murphy was Kaylee's dog. She had purchased that dog when she was still dating. Okay, Katie would primarily take Murphy out because Maddie would also help. They stated she really never left the door open because he would run away or they would have to use a leash when they took him out. Stated that Murphy would not bark that often and was very friendly. Stated that Murphy would primarily sleep in Kaylee's room, and if Kaylee was not home, he would be left in the room. The Uber driver Maddie and Kaylee used on a regular basis. Stated Kaylee knew him from others who used him on regular basis. Stated that they should either contact the Uber driver through the app or contacted him directly. Stated the Uber driver was very friendly and was always very nice to everyone, and everybody trusted him, and was able to tell me the Uber driver was married and his wife just had a baby. Told me about he drove a small car, possibly gray or black, and could not tell me more about the car. I asked who in the house had a boyfriend. She told me Xander was dating Ethan. Somebody was dating a boy named someone and lived in Boise and went to BSU. Maddie was dating someone who lived in Boise. Kaylee was dating someone but had recently broke up with him. Kaylee was possibly hanging out with someone. Stated that someone was in the Greek system. Stated the relationship was new and that he had never stayed over at the house, and Kaylee had stayed with him more than once. Over at the house, Kaylee had stayed with more than once. Stated Kaylee was also talking to someone else, and stated that she did not have a boyfriend, but did mention she was kind of hanging out with someone who is also, but they were not serious. I asked if she had ever heard of something. Stated she knew of someone, and also stated that he was a nice guy and knew. Okay. I asked if she knew anyone who had gotten asked to leave any of the parties or thrown out of the house, but she stated that 2 guys from somewhere were told to leave. Stated that a fight occurred about a month before the incident at the house. I asked about something, and she used to live at that house but moved out. Okay, I asked if any of the girls who lived in the house had jobs. She said Maddie and Xana worked at the Mad Greek on Main Street, and Kaylee worked for an online company and worked from home, and she didn't know who the company was. And she said that Maddie also looked for an online company, but it was not the same company. She said the company Maddie worked for out of the house was out of Boise, and during the summer she had worked for them in their office in Boise. I asked about the drug use in the house and who used, and she told me Ethan and Xana both took Adderall when they drank alcohol, and told me that she saw Ethan and Xana both use Adderall the night before the murders, and told me she saw Ethan take a pill and then saw Xana crush up a pill and snort it by using a rolled up pill in her room. She also said she thought Kaylee also used Adderall but wasn't sure. I asked if she has any issues of any of the other people who have been around them, and she stated besides the 3 or 4 noise complaints, there is never no other issues. She told me Kaylee would look up who the registered sex offenders are who lived in the area. Stated Kaylee had found a registered sex offender who was living close to them in the blue apartments on Queen. Kaylee stated he was older, in his 30s or 40s. Stated that Kaylee was looking at him at the registry the week of or right before the murder. Stated Kaylee was into crime shows. Stated there was nothing that happened to prompt her to look up the offender registry. She asked about 2 incidents where Kaylee had mentioned some weird things that happened. Said that, told her about an incident at Winco where a male had followed her around the store, watched her check out, and then followed her to her vehicle. Xana was waiting in the vehicle and stated that Kaylee and the male was African American in his late 20s. She felt it happened sometime before Halloween, so mid to late October. Stated that Kaylee purchased a case of White Claws for Xana. Her roommates had found the door open on November 4th at around 10:57. They entered the house, grabbed golf clubs out of the west floor, and the other roommates walked around the house with the golf clubs to check the house. Kaylee was not home for the incident as she had gone home for the weekend. Wind was blowing and the screws on the hinges were loose, and Xana's dad fixed it before he left that weekend. Kaylee told everyone about the incident and that she saw a male watching her when she had taken Murphy out to go to the bathroom. She could not remember when this happened, but she could not provide an actual day. Let's see here. Stated she was the last one in the house to wake up, and she got up. Ethan was in the house, in the living room, and Kaylee, Maddie, and Xana were all gone. She felt she got up sometime between 10 and 11 in the morning and stated she checked her Find My Friends app and saw they were at Taco Bell at the time. Once Kaylee, Maddie, and Xana got back, they started getting ready for the day. Kaylee and Maddie were in Kaylee's room and they were getting ready for the day for a party on Taylor Street. The Whites. The house belonged to someone. That apartment is located on the 2nd floor, the far east side of the apartment building. Stated this was between 11 and 12 in the afternoon. Okay. Stated they started drinking around 11:30 or 12 while still at 1122 King Road. Stated that they were drinking mimosas and high noons throughout that night. She also stated they played a drinking game called Rage Cage later in the night. She said she drank a 12-pack of high noons during the night, 2 mimosas in a standard wine glass, and she was unsure of what she had been drinking when she played Rage Cage. She stated that she was at the Whites up until 48 hours, and when she left with Xana. Maddie, Kaylee stayed at the Whites. Ethan had left before her and Xana went to a place somewhere on Taylor, and Xana went there around 16:51 and then went back to 1122 King Road. Okay. I went back to King Road. Xana, Maddie, Kaylee were all at the house and made foods. Ethan was not at the house during this time. At around 1800 hours, Xana, Maddie, Kaylee all went up to take a nap, and they all set alarms for 2,000 hours. They got up at 2,000 hours, and once they all woke up, they got ready to go to somewhere for a house party. Maddie and someone left first to go to the apartment at around 2100 hours. Kaylee stayed home and was not going to go to the party. Ethan and Zaina came over to the party after, and Maddie did for very long and went back to the house to go get to go to the club with Kaylee, and somebody felt Maddie left sometime after 2109. Now, one of the friends got to a residence and hung out with her and stated that someone showed up around 2200 hours. They stated it's one of the apartments for a little longer, and she went to the main house for the fraternity and stated this might have been around 2230 to 2245. Okay, stated she walked home at around 100 hours and they were the only ones in the house. They were watching Vampire Diaries for a while, and then at 200 hours Kaylee and Maddie came home. Maddie and Kaylee and someone else went up to Kaylee's bedroom. Once they got home, Kaylee was getting ready for bed and they were hanging out in her room. Maddie and someone else went downstairs, and Maddie and someone else took Murphy outside to let him go to the bathroom, and only stayed out for a short time and then went back into the house and put something away in the cupboard, grabbed a bag of chips, and Bethany went downstairs to bed. Somebody stated nothing was unusual about Maddie and the other roommate demeanor when they got home. They stated that they both appeared to be happy. She said Maddie was very highly intoxicated, and she had not seen her at that level of intoxication for a very long time. Someone said she went to bed and she was using an iPad to watch TV and show off on Hulu. Said she was watching Baby Daddy, could not remember what episode she was watching or how long she was watching, and she was watching the show. Maddie came downstairs and asked if she had Murphy with her because she could not find him, and someone told her no. Then she said her door was locked, and she normally locks the door when she goes to bed, and said she eventually turned off the show and put her iPad and went to sleep. And she woke up after falling asleep to hearing what she felt like was a firecracker go off, and she thought she saw a sparkler go off through the crack under her door, and she stated she didn't know what happened. Either someone called and stated that she didn't know. She had just seen someone dressed in all black in the house, and that Zaina had been wearing all black, and she responded by saying that she thought he had a ski mask on, and then didn't really know what to say to that. Admitted both her and someone get scared easily, and they even thought maybe one of Ethan's frat brothers had been playing a joke. Somebody tried calling Kaylee, Maddie, Zaina, and Ethan's phones, and nobody answered, and said it was normal for Kaylee, Maddie, and Zaina not to answer if they were sleeping if she called late at night. And she looked at her phone and it showed Ethan called someone at 0419, and at 4:20 they called somebody back. During the call she asked if she heard a firecracker, and she said she did. She couldn't recall if it was during this call where she was talking about seeing someone in black walking in the house. Once someone were in the room together, they continued to talk about what they heard and saw. One told the other one that the male in black was walking out the back door and that they had made eye contact with each other, and said that the male was white with a big nose and that he was possibly holding a small vacuum type object. And they did not call 911 at the time because they thought he was imagining what she was talking about. They both stated that they were both still drunk and they were very groggy. Someone told me prior to hearing the firecracker, she thought she heard Murphy, and she also thought she heard the beer pong table moving in cups and all of that. Let's see. The ping pong table located in the living room, which is above the bedroom, and stated that she wasn't sure what the sequence of events was. Told me she tried calling Xana and never okay. Stayed outside for a short time, then went back in the house and put some things away in her cupboard, grabbed a bag of chips, went downstairs to go to bed. Okay, stated nothing was unusual about Maddie demeanor, and they got home and stated that they both appeared to be happy. Said Maddie was highly intoxicated, and she had not seen her at that level for a long time. Said that when she went to bed, she was using her iPad to watch TV. Falling asleep to hearing the firecrackers. Okay, I think this is. Try calling Katie. Okay, well, this seems like this is in here again. We already went through this. Contact the other roommates, fell asleep. They woke up around 7:30, tried calling her dad about her tooth. Called her dad again at 8 o'clock, but there was no answer. Her house, she had something, a tooth. Her dad called back at 8:09 and said she talked to him and eventually took Advil for her tooth. Okay. And then fell back to sleep, woke up at 1100 hours and noticed no one else in the house was up, and stated that she knew this was because Xana's Snapchat location was not on and it should have been on. She got scared because she should have been up, and then called her friend and told them they were scared and asked them to come over. And they arrived at the house. They went through the front door. They went up the stairs first. And, the friends, how they found them, right? Because we've gone through this like 40 times tonight. But get out of the house, call for help. They could see Xana on the floor in the bedroom and Ethan on the bed. I asked someone if she ever saw Xana on the floor like she did that morning. She told me she has never seen this, but has heard Xana would pass out on the floor in the past if she's highly intoxicated. Okay, go to something else now. This is a call. Megan's car and personal belongings. What time is it? What? I'm not sending Zoom links. I don't want anybody in Zoom right now. I'm reading. I don't have anybody in Zoom with me. Video, I'm reading by myself. Okay. Let's see here. So what does everybody think so far? We've only been through, I'm just going to tell you where we are on this. We are on 91 of 311 documents. Okay, this is, I received a call. It was on the way. Collected Mogan's personal belongings, 7 boxes, 1 tote in a suitcase. Okay, so that's about her belongings. Let's see what else we've got. This is on December 30th. At approximately 8:45, disaster services responded to 1122 King Road to be cleaning the residence of biohazards and other chemicals used during the crime scene processing. This was prearranged response as members of the disaster response were setting up their tents and barriers. I received a call from the Loudoun County Prosecutor Bill Thompson. Mr. Thompson advised me that a judge's order had just been issued requesting all mitigation and cleanup be halted immediately. At that point, I instructed the disaster services crew members to stop. I confirmed that the door to the residence had been opened and no one had entered that residence yet. I checked the evidence tape on the door to ensure the seal had not been broken, and I stood by while all the equipment was loaded back up onto the response trailer, and the entire team left the area. I returned the scene back over to the Northern States Security Guard and replaced the barricade tape across the parking lot entrance, and I left the scene at that time. Okay. Okay, here we have on November 21st, I traveled from Moscow to Meridian, Idaho to drop off evidence. After getting evidence checked into the lab, I signed for a DNA profile, which had been generated. Okay, so this is, I removed it from the box, placed it in this small backpack. Okay. January 3rd, I was granted a warrant for data on Google. Okay, I want to get to the arrest and stuff of, what's his name? I don't know why we're jumping ahead to January 4th and where we have his arrest. Okay. It must be in another file. Okay. On December 2nd, Corporal Brett Payne was granted a warrant for a video obtained by United Parcel Service. Approximately some odd hours. Let me see. On December 5th, I received an email from UPS. I completed the warrant. Okay. Five vehicles. Okay, that was the moving of the vehicles. I remember when all this was happening. Okay, so this was November 13th. The 4 victims were transported to Spokane for autopsies. Okay, so that was them transporting. On December 22nd, I applied and was granted a warrant for financial records for Alon Financial Services for Kaylee Gonsalves. Okay, so that's another warrant for them. For Kaylee. December 2nd, I applied for and granted a warrant for sales from Blue Ridge Knives for K-Bar. Okay. I granted a warrant for Extreme Networks. Okay, so we've gone through now 100 pages. Let's see what we've got here. Okay, this is Brett Payne. Nightstand, pink comforter, blue blanket, pillows, mattress, bed frame, pillow, sheet, nightstand, pillows. Approximately 1,400 hours on 1/6. Assisted by members of the Idaho State Police. Items were collected from 1122 King Road and booked into evidence. Okay, this is a narrative release. This is 110, approximately 10:30 hours. I released the remainder of personal property. On January 5th, I learned from Bill Thompson, per the recent signed order, to hold all evidence, and items fell under that order. Thompson stated his office would contact someone and make arrangements to have those items returned. Moscow Police Department. And they traveled to Boise to pick that stuff up. Okay. This is on December 30th at approximately 6:30 hours. I stood by while a search warrant was served at something the residence of Bryan Kohberger. While on scene, one of the neighbors who lived in the same building stated her husband returned home and he might have additional information to add regarding Bryan. Bryan had been interviewed earlier in the day by several FBI agents prior to returning home. Detective Mowry and I met with someone in their apartment. I recorded the conversation by phone and informed someone I would be recording our conversation while they were fine with it. And speaking with someone about the question she was asked, one question, is she ever seen Bryan with anyone else? She told me that they didn't remember a time when they returned home, and said she saw Bryan sitting on the stairs leading up to his apartment next to a male. She described the male as having light brown skin, a sleeve tattoo on his left arm, wearing a sleeveless shirt and shorts. She said the male was riding a dark color, blue or black Harley type motorcycle. The motorcycle was not a sport bike and was very loud. They both noticed Bryan and the male talking, but as they got closer, both Bryan and the male stopped talking and looked at them, and Bryan acknowledged them and asked them how it was going, and they said it seemed as if Bryan was acting overly nice, and they said that they walked away to their apartment. Bryan and the male were still silent and did not continue the conversation. She said he saw the male get up and heard the motorcycle start and did not see him drive off, and said this was the only time they have ever seen this person or saw or heard the motorcycle. Hold on a minute, my mouse is giving me an issue. Okay, there we go. Said Bryan seemed like a quiet person, and they remembered meeting Bryan's dad when Bryan moved in, and they said Bryan's dad was very talkative, and said Bryan's car was always clean and neat, even on rainy days, and Bryan would often park his car right in front of their bedroom window, and they would notice the headlights when he came and went, and did not notice if Bryan changed the plates on his vehicle, and so looked through the phone and thought on the night of the murders he probably went to bed around midnight, did not remember seeing lights from Bryan's car or knowing if Bryan was home or not, and mentioned on another occasion seeing Bryan return home around 1 o'clock, and said he was wearing dark clothing, had on a dark colored backpack, and said hi to him, seemed pretty short with them, did not remember what day this occurred, but said it was not the night of the murders. And they said that she worked late hours and would often see Bryan returning home around the same time, around 1 or 2, and I thank them for their time. Okay, so that's... This is a lot. Okay, hang on a minute. Let me see. Let me see. I need something for like Francis. What's up? Crazy chat, Francis? You're good at reading? Thank you. Yeah, Francis, hang on for 1 minute. My mouse was going crazy. I need to get some more ice, okay? It's silly that they redact some of these names that we know, who they are. When they say they're the roommates and things, it doesn't really make too much sense, but I don't know. Thanks to the new people that are in the chat. We're going to be going over all of the stuff from this case. I also have transcripts of the trial from the Delphi case that I'm going to be going over, as well as the dentist. I'm going to recap the dentist trial, both the last 2 days, tomorrow night. Yeah. Now we're okay. Mountain Dew? No, I'm having LaCroix seltzer. Okay, so let's see what we got here. This is November 23rd, 2022, approximately 20:39 hours. Someone came to Moscow Police Department to be interviewed. Hey, manager, thank you for reading all this, Carolyn. Your working time. Oh, thank you, manager. I appreciate that very much. Thank you so much. Okay, on November 28th, someone came to the Moscow Police Department to be interviewed about her presence in the area of 1122 King Road during the early morning hours of November 13th. And they were identified as being in the area through records obtained from DoorDash via a search warrant, and was confirmed as being in the area based off of a Google geofence warrant, which is obtained as a result of the investigation. And I was accompanied by FBI Special Agent Alex Skelton during the time of the interview. Someone told me she worked for 12 to 18 hours on the night of November 12th to the 13th and received 3 orders in the King Road, Queen Road area. 2 of the orders were at the something Queen Road apartment complex, which is immediately to the east of 1122 King Road. She said the delivery at 1122 King Road was her final order for the evening, and said she could not find the 1122 King Road address as the address number was hidden by the porch light, which caused her to remain in the area for approximately 15 minutes. Also stated her Google Maps told her that to go to the parking lot immediately behind 1122. She stated she initially parked in the front of 1122 and could see a female in the top left window, the 3rd story bathroom. Said that she saw the same female a couple more times in the same window, and she would duck down when she looked at her. And then she drove to the back parking lot behind 1122 and parked. She stated she could see the back courtyard area behind the house, and she noticed all the lights were on. She stated that her map told her to walk into the back of the house, but she didn't feel comfortable doing so because there was no path. She stated she started to walk down the road, which goes north-south immediately to the east of the residence, and she stated a tan sedan drove next to her while she was walking. She said there was one male driver and noticed he did not look at me. She said he looked completely zoned and just drove by her. Later, she stated the driver was white with blonde and red spiky hair. Also, she noticed a dome light in the car was on when it went by, and she later told me the male was wearing a light collared shirt. Okay. Then she stated she walked back up to her car, drove back to the front of 1122 King Road, at which point she saw the address numbers and said she placed the order at the front door, took a picture, and then left at approximately 4 a.m. Okay? Hi, it's just me. How are you? Limoncello, Francis. Limoncello. Okay. So then, during that time, so she was in the area of King Road residence. The white Elantra can be seen via the King Road camera driving back and forth on Walenta Drive and then entering the King Road, Queen Road loop at approximately 3:56 hours. Now, we heard about this right before he took that plea deal. Remember, they were talking about the Uber driver, so some of this was getting out, and they were talking about this stuff. Hi, Victoria. How are you? So, let's see here. At that point, she pulled into the front parking lot before she dropped the order off. The white Elantra pulled in behind the vehicle, a gray Subaru Forester, and then exited the King Road at approximately 3:58 hours and did not mention seeing the white Elantra behind her at any time. I continued to question her about the time near the residence. She told me she walked down Queen Road at one point with her flashlight out. She said she can be seen doing so. The footage from King Road also continued to tell me the female she saw at the upstairs bathroom window would duck down when she looked at her and described her as having long brown hair. She stated she could not identify the girl as one of the victims. Approximately 30 minutes into the interview, Special Agent Skelton requested that somebody take part in the cognitive interview. They added that S.A. Skelton became the cognitive interview. During this interview, it was confirmed much of the information she already told us, and she was able to remember that she had her dog with her during one of the walks in the area and did not clarify much more in the way of the details of the evening. We thanked her for her cooperation and offered any support she may need and concluded the interview. Subsequent investigation of video footage and cellular data showed the tan sedan she saw was likely a light-colored SUV which left the area. Moreover, it does not appear she saw the white Elantra at any point during her time near the residence. Okay, so she didn't see the white Elantra. See that? All right, now let me go to the next. On December 29th, based on the above information, the Loudoun County signed an order finding probable cause for the criminal complaint charging burglary and 4 counts of murder in the first degree. On December 29th, 2022, Bryan Kohberger was arrested at his family's home in Albertsville, Pennsylvania. That same day, a Pennsylvania magistrate signed a search warrant for the residence, which included Bryan Kohberger's cell phone. Bryan Kohberger's cell phone was taken into evidence as part of that search warrant. Kohberger's cell phone device is currently in evidence at the FBI Philadelphia Regional Computer Forensics Laboratory. Okay. On January 9th, 2023, I received a hard drive from an SSA Tanzola which contains a copy of the data extracted from the phone belonging to Kohberger. The data is saved on a Seagate 2 terabyte external USB drive with a serial number and is labeled as Philadelphia RCFL evidence. I applied for and was granted a warrant seeking the evidence from the hard drive provided by Pennsylvania, which contains a forensic image of Bryan Kohberger's phone, which was stored in the secured computer forensics lab at the Moscow Police Department. At 15:50 hours on January 9th, I served the warrant on the hard drive located in the forensics lab. Okay. This is 10, let me see here. On November 13th at approximately 13:49 hours, I interviewed someone at Moscow Police Department in reference to the quadruple homicide at 1122 King Road. I asked them what her relationship to the victims was, and she told me Kernodle was her best friend and the others were all her close friends as well. And after I collected her information, I asked her to tell me about her day on November 12th, and she stated that she left the football game and then went to see friends of hers at an apartment near hers, and that was Taylor Avenue. And then she stated she arrived at her apartment at approximately 20-30 hours and stated that a bunch of people all went to sleep early in the evening of November 12th. As stated, they planned to go somewhere to a lodge party but didn't end up going. She stated that she woke up at approximately 100 hours and then stayed up watching TV until approximately 300 hours, at which point she went back to sleep. She stated that she woke up at approximately 10:30 hours on November 13th, stated that someone called her at approximately 11:51 that morning and said last night around 4 a.m. she heard and saw a man and said they were locked in their room sleeping, and added she wanted to come over and check the house because she was too scared. And also, she came out of her room and saw the man staring at her and stated the man didn't do anything. And she stayed locked in her room and heard the side door close, so she ran into the other roommate's room. Okay, this is University of member of this is about with their sister Ethan. Okay, this is about Ethan going with his sister to that formal. Okay, someone is a student at the University of Idaho, is a member of the fraternity. They live at the fraternity and told me that Ethan went to his formal dinner with their sister and is a member of the something sorority. The formal was around 1800 hours at Hunga Dunga. After the formal, they went back to somewhere else. Ethan, Zana, and someone were all hanging out in his apartment room at the fraternity. And last saw Ethan and Zana 2100 hours from when he left his apartment to go to the main lodge where the house party was at. They returned at 21:15 hours, and the main lodge, Ethan and Zana were gone. And then they stated he went to bed around 2200 hours. I asked if Ethan has any issues with anyone, and he told me no. I asked if he knew if Zana had any issues with anyone, and he told me no. Okay. Not too much there. Okay, this is an interview on, on November 11th at 1427. I conducted an interview at the Moscow Police Department. The person told me she lives at Taylor Avenue. The apartments are referred to as the Whites. She went to 1122 this afternoon, and she was hanging out with Zana. And she stated they all went to the Whites at around 1300 hours for different parties in the apartment complex. And Ethan left to go to his sister's formal, but somebody was not sure what time that was at. Someone felt she got to Zana's house at around 12:30 on 11/12. Stated that she saw Zana and Ethan, Kaylee, Maddie, and told me she feels she last saw Zana and Ethan around 1500 hours, but she was not sure. She told me she got a text from Ethan asking for a Snapchat for someone, but she never sent it to him and did not know why Ethan wanted this information, and stated as far as she knew, they did not have issues with each other. They told me where she had heard from others that Kaylee had seen some random guy behind the house where she took Murphy out to go pee, and also heard of an incident where some random guy followed Kaylee around the Winco and followed her out of the store. And she thought he tried to get into her car, so she was not sure or for sure when she heard that this from but either or could tell us more. I don't know, that sounds it. Told me how she knows Zana and Ethan do like to use Adderall and they drink, but they did not know who they got it from or if they had taken any on 11/12. And I was not able to tell anything else related to the case. Okay. On November 13th, I conducted an interview at Moscow Police Department. Someone that lives on Queen Road. Okay, that's nothing really. This is the nightstand and stuff that was taken into evidence. I interviewed somebody else. Okay. Hold on a minute. I want to see what we're doing in here. Okay, hold on. I have to get something. I gotta stretch my legs too. I have to get a little bit of a protein bar, okay? All right. And everybody that's in here, type up Idaho. Idaho 4. Something to that effect so that we know who's in here. Because when you just listen, then we don't know who's here. So say hi while I catch up on the little protein bar. Hi, Murder of Crows. How are you? Hi, Gail. Hi, little lady. Hi, Star Pixie Mom. Good to see you. Hi, Leanne Hutton. Hi. Thanks for coming in. You're welcome, Gail. I just need a little bit of a protein bar because I've been reading a long time. We started at 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30. It's almost 4 hours. Hi, Francis. How are you? Video reel. Okay. Hi, manager. Not allowed to eat or drink, I know. Okay. I want to get to the part where where Bryan talks when he's arrested. Okay. November 13th. So they interviewed someone. Someone is Ethan Chapin's consented to a forensic search of her phone and collected it from her. I believe this is his sister, I think. What I'm reading here, okay? So I asked her to tell me what her day looked like on November 12th. She said that she had her formal the night of November 12th, stated that she did not do much prior to the formal, and then she went to Hunga Dunga for the event. She said that her and Ethan left the formal with several other friends at approximately 2,000 hours, stated that she was dropped off at her house as the group was planning to go to somewhere lodge party. However, she stated she did not go and remained at her sorority until someone called her the morning of November 13th at approximately 12:30 hours and stated that they told her to come to Zena's 1122. When he called her, he said he did not elaborate why she needed to go to the house. She stated that they were all there when she arrived, and someone told her when she got there that someone was in the house and Ethan and Xana didn't make it. and she told me Ethan, Xana, and someone had been texting her the night prior asking her to come to somewhere, and she said she saw a text once she woke up in the morning, and she stated she did not go into the house that morning. She could not think of anyone who had any reason why they would commit these homicides. Okay. Oh, you're welcome, Victoria. All right. Now let's go. November 14th, I called someone to arrange an interview with her. And that person had already left Moscow and was heading to southern Idaho to be with her family. And they told me that she had contact with someone and someone else on 11/12 and arrived at her residence at 22:30. At around 22:30, someone lives at Taylor Road, and they were at her residence for 2 to 3 hours, and she stated she walked them past the Whites sometimes before 200 hours, but she could not positively tell me. She stated she stayed on Taylor and then turned around, and she was not sure about the route, but that they took home, but felt for sure they kept walking west on Taylor towards King. And she stated there was a group of 3 or 4 females with them at the time, and did state that she was drunk at the time, and she could not recall all the events of everyone who was present with the group. She stated she thought 2 people was with the group, and she was not able to tell me anything else. Okay. Did sound too productive, did it? No. Okay. All right, on November 14th at around 17:10, contacted 2 people in the front lobby of the police department. Someone had contacted Moscow Police Department earlier in the day and stated that he is a local Uber driver, and he gave Kaylee and Maddie a ride home on 11/13/2022 from the downtown area. Someone had been in the Spokane Coeur d'Alene area and contacted us and stated he would not be back until 1700 hours. I asked how he knew Kaylee and Maddie, and he said he drives for Uber and Lyft, and Kaylee and Maddie have become some of his regular customers, and this is how he met them. Stated that he was contacted by Kaylee on 11/12/2022 at around 22:02 hours and asked if he could pick up some friends up at 1122 and take them to the corner club. And once they arrived at the address at 20:15 hours and picked them up, Kaylee and Maddie and one other female, he stated that at 1:45 on 11/13, he was contacted by Kaylee again and asked if he could pick her up some friends at the grub truck. And then they arrived at the grub truck at around 1:49, and he took Kaylee and Maddie home. He stated it was a 3 to 4 minute drive from the grub truck to 1122 King Road. He told me he's been driving for Uber and Lyft since 2019. Told me Kaylee has been a regular for him at least for the last year, and stated that he was working with Kaylee and did not contact him through the Uber or Lyft app, but instead texted him directly both times. Okay. Okay, on November 13th at approximately 14:37 hours, I interviewed someone at the Moscow Police Department. Okay, so this person consented to having their phones searched with their cell phone at the beginning of the interview. I told them to tell me about your day on November 12th, and they stated they worked at somewhere and worked from 1400 hours to 22:10 on November 12th, and they stated they left work and dropped off some food for a friend working at the corner club, and they stated that he went home to King Road, then returned to corner club around 2300 hours, and stated that he saw Gonsalves at the corner club and spoke to her briefly. He stated he left the corner club but was unsure if Gonsalves left before or after him, and he stated that he went to bed when he got home, and when he was woke, he saw that commotion down the street is visible from his house on King Road. And he stated he later looked at his phone and saw several missed calls from Gonsalves and Mogan from the early morning hours of November 13th, and he clarified the timeline from the night prior, told me he left the corner club approximately 100 hours and returned home, and that he got a ride from someone else, and let me see here. He told her he thought he went to sleep approximately 1:30 hours and awoke approximately 11:30 on November 13th. Okay, on November 24th, I collected a black polar penguin glove from the parking lot. I conducted a subsequent investigation by watching the body-worn camera of Officer Nunes, the first MPD officer on the scene, and looking over the scene photos taken by ISP forensic team. None of these sources showed the glove was present upon the officer's initial response to the scene or during the processing of the scene on November 13th. It's unclear where the glove came from as of this writing. January 6th at around 7:10 hours, I retrieved evidence from MPD Evidence Tech, and I signed for the items and transported them to the Idaho State Police Forensic Lab in Meridian, Idaho. Refer to Evidence Tech. Oh my gosh, okay. The records for what specific items are transported once I do that. Okay, so I was then given several items to the lab, had tested and returned to MPD for storage. Prior to coming back, I stopped at the residence in Boise to retrieve personal items. Okay. Attempted to get the table into the vehicle. And okay, what does this say? One item of note is the items being loaded into the vehicle. I was driving a Ford Fusion. We got everything in the vehicle except a small table. We attempted several times to get the table into the vehicle, but it was not going to fit. Okay. So that was the thing. What this is. At approximately 10 a.m., Lieutenant Mooney and I packed up belongings from Xana and Ethan's room and personal belongings from Madison's room. And I wore protective gloves and shoe booties, which were changed out after completion of Xana's room prior to going to Madison's room. I then left the residence to rent a U-Haul truck. After loading the items into the truck, I drove the vehicle to the secure storage garage for the Moscow City shop. Okay. All right. This is what? To include show covers, my activities, place personal belongings. Okay, that was just doing the personal belongings. On December 7th at approximately 9:45 hours, I returned to 1122 King Road. Next room we walked down, whether bedroom, classroom. This is packing up. Okay, that's just packing up the belongings. They're all doing that. They asked me if there was any way to ensure the personal text messages and photos shared between her and Madison would not be deleted or lost off Madison's phone. I told her I would check with our forensic detectives. Okay, this must be her mother. I talked with her midway about saving the messages, and I then spoke with Lada County, and he said I could release the disk. Okay. Let's see here. I spoke to reference suspicious occurrence. Remembered 11. I called and asked what she remembered. She told me she came to Moscow to celebrate a birthday. Kaylee Gonsalves had planned a birthday party and at King Road that evening, and stated several people, to include Gonsalves, were on the back patio during the party. Gonsalves, his dog Murphy, was also present, and they stated she did not return when... Wait, hold on a minute. The Murphy ran into the bushes to do her business and did not return when called, and they stated that Murphy numerous times before he would come back, and they told the group, eventually went inside and shut the door, and this was the only occurrence they were present for, but told me they remembered more similar occasions. I called someone on 119 to reference these occurrences and also related the occasion of her birthday and added it was unlike Murphy to not immediately return home when being called, which was the reason she and Gonsalves were concerned about someone being behind the house when Murphy would behave in this manner, and told me about another occasion on 10/29/22 during which time she was at 1122 King Road for a Halloween party, and Mogan, Gonsalves, Kernittel, and Chapin were all present at the party. During the party, stated the group gathered on the back patio once again, and Murphy began to run into the woods line behind the house and not come back, and told me they heard noises too, and she described these noises as similar to what it would sound like if someone was moving through the woods on foot. This occasion took place midday, and they did not see anyone behind the house. However, Murphy's behavior and the noises caused them to go inside and close the door. The last occasion they remembered took place approximately 2 weeks prior to the homicides, and they were unsure of the date, but they stated that Murphy displayed similar behavior of running into the woods and not coming back when called. And they also recalled an occurrence during this time frame, exact date unknown, wherein she and Gonsalves returned to 1122 King Road, and they found the rear sliding door open and Murphy was missing, and they stated they had to go out and look for Murphy after they found the door open. I asked if it was common for people who didn't live at 1122 King Road to walk in when no one was home, and she stated it was not uncommon, and added members of and several friends of the females who lived there would come and go at will. Okay, and thank them. Okay, so then we have this. This is Tyson Barrett on 11/13/2022. I received a phone call from Sergeant Gunderson informing me the team responded to a call at 1122 where they found 4 deceased college students, college-age individuals inside the residence. Sergeant Gunderson said the team had cleared the residence and secured the scene. I called Chief Fry, Captain Lanier, and Captain Dollinger to let them know about the homicide. I called Detective Sergeant Lawrence, told him about the homicide, and asked him to call up detectives. Sergeant Lawrence said he would call Sergeant Baker and Corporal Payne to assist as well, because they were slated to rotate into detectives soon. I called the U of I Dean of Students. When I arrived on the scene, I met with the Sergeant Gunderson and Sergeant Lawrence on the street in front of the residence. We briefly discussed the scene, and I was given the names of the 4 individuals who were killed: Ethan Chapin, Xander Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonsalves. And I was also told that the 2 witnesses outside, and they were roommates who were apparently inside the residence when the incident occurred. Sergeant Gunderson told me a dog was taken out of Kaylee Gonsalves' room and transported to the Humane Society for safekeeping. He told me that it didn't appear the dog had gone into any of the other rooms where the murders were committed because it didn't have any visible blood on its body. I contacted U of I, gave them the victims' names, and asked if they could verify if they were all students. He contacted me later and confirmed they were all students, but didn't have any emergency contact information for them other than their permanent addresses. At 1304, the University of Idaho set out a vandal alert. At 13:30 hours, we moved the witnesses, who I believe were students, that patrol identified on King Road, to the Moscow Police Department training room. I met with Sergeant Lawrence, Sergeant Blaker, Corporal Payne, and Detective Mallory, and asked them to start interviewing each person. Oh boy. I also met with U of I Dean of Students at the college. Okay, and when I was in the training room, I was told that 2 of the witnesses were Ethan Chapin's siblings, and they were told me their parents had been informed of Ethan's death and they were on their way to Moscow. I asked Sergeant Lawrence to arrange death notifications. We got that before. Downloader told me he met Xana Kernodle's father. Okay, yeah, we went over that. Sergeant Lawrence said a Coeur d'Alene officer sent to the house to Madison Mogan's. Yeah, we got that. At 1400, I met with President and his staff. I told them about the homicide and the suspect's location. Wow. Okay, so I might call that a night for tonight because I'm really tired. We'll finish this tomorrow. We're also going to do James Craig tomorrow and whatnot, but we'll just do the daily puzzle. And I think we did a good job for part 1, right? I hope so. I'm just getting to be, when you're tired and you're reading, it's really not a good combination at all. So, what's the matter? It's just me. Oh, something with the ads? I don't know what's going on. Wait, was that the daily puzzle? I want to make sure we got the daily. Okay, so we've got woot. Wool. Shoot. Tool. There's everybody. Look at everybody coming in there. Foul, outflow. Foul. Okay. You're welcome. What? Huh. Gotta use this because I'm falling asleep. You know I don't like that stuff. All right, I'm calling it a night. I'm going to fall asleep on here like I did during the Seaver stuff. Gotta go to bed. I love you guys. God bless. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the membership. Appreciate that very much. If you're watching on the replay and you want to give a super thanks, we would love that. So thank you so much. Talk to you later, guys. Love you. Good night. God bless and prayers.